If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 26, Cleaning Up the Mess. Chapter 25 In the destroyed courtyard of Windblade Sect, Yulong and Hongguan hugged each other. After seemingly evolving into a dragon, the now crimson-haired beauty carries a scent she used not to have. This scent caused the hormone inside Yulong's teenage body to get riled up. Hongguan's soft D-cup chest pressed against Yulong, making him breathe excitedly. His arms were currently wrapped around her, but mere centimeters down, he could discern a peach-like shape. "It's not that I didn't notice her." Yulong stared at Hongguan's dreamy facial features. "She looks very peaceful, leaning on his chest despite their height difference. Romance? Hey. Maybe I should start thinking about it too." Yulong knew he had 6 years before the plot of the world started. However, he might have to enjoy his life more. After all, reincarnation means starting over, no? Yulong saw Lily and used sound transmission, clean up the field. "I'll handle her for a moment." "Hee, okie dokie." Lily saluted with a playful smile on her face. "Young master, don't you think Hongguan is such a lovely lady?" The question was left unanswered for a while before Yulong sent the reply. "She is." Several hundred meters away, Lily giggled when hearing his reply and ordered the shadow phantoms to make sure the area around the Windblade sect was clean. They have captured every disciple and killed higher UPS inside the Windblade sect. After some processing, they'd be absorbed into the Shadow Realm and returned to the Windblade sect as a reserved unit. Cloud Palm sect will also receive the same treatment, but not a whole transformation. This palm-focused sect is more open than the Windblade sect, which is literally surrounded by mountains and only one ground route. Hongguan slowly fell asleep inside Yulong's embrace, probably due to the excessive consumption of her profound incarnation. Yulong laid the crimson-haired beauty down on the ground and stared at her respectfully. After the brief observation, he covered her in a warm fur coat. "Good job, Hongguan." He praised her. The woman in question instinctively smiled and entered a pleasant dream world. Yulong glanced at the charred crater and shook his head bitterly. It was good that her profound incarnation didn't fully destroy Muley from existence. With a wave of his hand, the essence left behind from Muley's remains floated out from the ground and turned into a red-colored sphere. "Let's see what secret you have." Yulong stared at the hovering essence sphere and brought it to his mouth, swallowing it. Years' worth of memories drowned Yulong's head, but no matter what, these second-hand experiences won't change him. Kaiju Maker already optimized his state of mind, making it insusceptible to corruption. Unless there is a higher force than Kaiju Maker, Yulong has never encountered one in his previous or current life. Yulong digested Muley's memory and left with a horrible aftertaste a few minutes later. That old bastard lives long enough to mess with many people. He rubbed his forehead. However, at the same time, Yulong also obtained precious intel. All the things he needed to confront Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress were inside Muley's memory. So, something like the sex force, financial status, connection, and secrets are wide open for him. Hee. Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, you guys are fooped. Yulong grinned like a madman. Yulong breathed in, containing his excitement. No, he can't just destroy them. He must humiliate them, bringing them to the most despairing moment possible. By doing so, Yulong would be satisfied after they took his teacher's life. Yulong glanced at the sleeping Hongguan. "Please be patient. After stripping everything from the damned Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress, I'll let you do anything. And I mean it." A few weeks later, the Windblade sect, Cloud Palm sect, and the business clans were completely reformed by Yulong. Yu clan avoided the crisis by eliminating their competitor but keeping them close enough to be dummies after replacing their person-in-commands with shadow agents. No one would notice the monopoly in Blue North County anymore. Even if someone did, Yulong's Shadow Realm would catch the spark and deal with it silently. On top of that, the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress won't suspect a thing because of Mulei's greediness. You see, before going to the Windblade sect and proceeding to get killed by Hongguan, Mulei applied for a leave for a few years to break through. It was so convenient but also understandable. Mulei probably planned to monopolize the entire Blue North County without the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress knowing. After he became strong enough, no one could stop him. Unfortunately, Mulei's plan backfired when he tried to touch Yu Clan and its possession. It doesn't matter if Mulei didn't claw his hand directly into the scheme. Yu Long won't leave him be. And now the fourth elder of the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress is dead. Yu Long would definitely use Mulei's status plentifully in the future. Why would he infiltrate the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress from the front door when he could do the same from the back door with a special privilege called connection? At this point, Yu Long truly started his journey as a young master. Right now, in Drifting Cloud Mountain Range, Yu Long and Hongguan faced each other. They summoned their profound incarnations and stared at each other menacingly. A muscular humanoid and a massive dragon stand off with electricity flying everywhere, and their ethereal bodies released intense heat. The profound incarnations changed the surroundings into a literal world of fire, melting the ground and heating the atmosphere. Thunderclouds appeared shortly after. "Ready," Yu Long said, smiling at the crimson-haired beauty in a white martial robe. "Ready." Hongguan let out a smile. Boom! Yu Long and Hongguan disappeared from their position. An explosion occurred several meters away as they clashed mid-air, crossing their arms in contact. Hongguan's profound incarnation opened its mouth and spewed a fire breath. Yu Long's incarnation countered it by punching a vacuum open. Bam! 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 Hongguan sent 3 consecutive punches. Yu Long shook his head rhythmically and dodged everything, landing his kick on her knee. Hongguan frowned and grabbed Yu Long's clothes, slamming him to the ground. Crack! Yu Long crashed to the ground and watched Hongguan pointing her palm at him. Rose. Flower petals descended from the sky, swirling rapidly. Yu Long could disperse this attack by breaking its profound patterns but decided not to. It wouldn't be fun if he did so. A smirk appeared on Yu Long's handsome face as he opened his palm and summoned a large amount of water. Aspect applied, turning the water into a lifelike creature. Roar! An eastern water dragon erupted and climbed to the sky with its teeth-filled mouth open. Its serpentine body is thoroughly covered with a scale-like pattern. If Yu Long waved a hand sign, it was clear where he got this technique referenced from. Hongguan pursed her lips. Well, this is unfair. Boom! The water dragon crashed into her. Hongguan's profound incarnation wrapped her body, shielding her from any incoming attack. Unfortunately for her, Yu Long wouldn't do a second attack. Swoosh! The water dragon bit Hongguan's profound incarnation by the neck and turned it into ice. The temperature dropped drastically, making the crimson-haired lady freeze in discomfort. It's not just Hongguan's profound incarnation that was frozen. Even her profound strength was directly frozen. As Hongguan fell from the sky, Yu Long jumped and caught her. Hee, I believe this is my win. Hongguan encircled her slender arms around Yu Long's neck and replied helplessly, I would have never thought you could use ice element, young master. My profound incarnation didn't stand a chance. That's where you are wrong. I altered the profound patterns of water dragon aspect and added new input, triggering its transformation as a freezing attack. Yu Long laughed heartily. I don't have any ice-based techniques so far. Only Frozen Cloud Asgard has them. Frozen Cloud Asgard. Hongguan mumbled softly. The sect that only has female members and focused on celibacy. A bad place. Love is a wonderful thing. The crimson-haired lady added in her mind, nuzzling her face to Yu Long's neck. Yu Long shook his head. Frozen Cloud Asgard is indeed a horrible place to become cultivators, but there must be a reason. As for the reasons, why don't we send shadow agents there? Hongguan blinked her eyes and understood Yu Long's intention. Young master, you're so bad. Aren't me and Lily enough? I don't think you need more maids. What are you thinking? I'm an honest and innocent young man. Yu Long denied with a straight face. Hongguan giggled, I'm just joking. I don't mind you having more maids, women, on your side. Just remember to put me in your heart first. She winked, playfully rubbing her finger on his chest. I will. No one can replace my dear Guan. Yu Long winked back, catching her off guard. Hongguan blushed hard as she never thought Yu Long would reply in such a way. Her heart throbbed in excitement. Meanwhile, Yu Long took a deep breath internally. God damn, Hongguan became flirty all of a sudden. Those dragon's bloodlines make her bolder. Thankfully, Yu Long has memories of his past life. He was confident with his counter technique. Yu Long faked a cough. Ahem. Let's return to the Yu clan. We cannot miss breakfast, or mother will nag me. Chapter 27, Xia Qingyu's arrival. Chapter 26 Yu Long lazily laid down on a pavilion near his courtyard. He stared at the river where he used to hide and observed the water drifting away, shaking his head because he could do countless experiments now, but Lily told him to take a break today. He recalled his promise to send a carriage for Xia Qingyu a few weeks ago, which he did 5 days ago. However, the distance between Drifting River City and Floating Cloud City is quite far. It took him 3 days to Floating Cloud City by carriage. That's with the fastest and somewhat unsafe route. I wonder how much she has progressed. Yu Long mumbled, thinking about Xia Qingyu's cultivation. After awakening her heart of snow-glazed glass roughly 3 months ago, Xia Qingyu's profound veins should have matured any time now. With the basic cultivation technique he left behind and some rules not to trust people easily, as someone from the frozen cloud Asgard discovered Xia Qingyu's talent and recruited her in the original story, Yu Long was sure Xia Qingyu could escape her heroine path. Even then, Yu Long wasn't sure if this world had a bullshit level of plot fixation or not. When he read Against the God in his first life, Yun Che's life seemed to revolve around conflict related to Xia Qingyu. There must be an indirect link between these two, but Yu Long didn't know about it. Brack. A sound of wood breaking echoes not far away. Yu Long raised his brow and glanced in the direction of the sound. Even without any enhancement, he could see a black-haired youth in a red martial robe punching a wooden dummy. The wooden dummy's head got shattered, probably due to the red-clothed youth's physical force. Third brother. Yu Long greeted and landed on a fence. The red-clothed youth raised his head and looked at Yu Long. Fourth brother. I thought you were away. Yu Long waved his hand. I returned like a month ago. You probably didn't know because you were busy with Cloud Palm sex recruitment. Humph, and I passed. Yu Long's third brother haughtily returned. Yu Long's third brother is named Yu Tian. He's 4 years older than Yu Long and a martial artist fanatic since a young age. With a height of over 160 centimeters, Yu Tian has a tanned complexion with lean yet developed muscle here and there covered by his red martial robe. His facial is ordinary, but his short black hair and ivory-colored eyes make him look valiant. He might look valiant, but his idiotness is on a different level. After all, Yu Tian begged their father to waste half of Yu clan's annual income to enter the Cloud Palm sect. He didn't think about the workers Yu clan must feed and the business they should run. So, when Yu Tian proudly bragged about his entrance into the Cloud Palm sect that Shadow Realm controlled, Yu Long couldn't help but feel this guy was more ignorant than he should be. Is that so? Must be great. Yu Long nonchalantly said. Yu Tian lifted his nose and continued to brag. Of course, Cloud Palm sect is one of the 3 biggest sects in the Blue North County. Yu Long lost brain cells talking to this guy. Then, what about a spar? Yu Tian tilted his head. Spar? Against you, who hasn't entered elementary profound realm yet? Yes. A bright smile plastered Yu Long's face. He wanted to beat this third brother of his to a pulp. At least it would be a charge for solving Yu Tian's fucking problem weeks ago. Hehe, come down then. Yu Tian gestured with his finger. I'll show you the real martial art. Great. Yu Long jumped off the fence and landed near him. They faced each other as Yu Tian entered a very vague stance. Yu Tian lowered his hips and lifted his right hand. Are you ready? Yup, let's do it. Yu Long leisurely stood on the field. Then. Hi-ya! Yu Tian rushed forward like a chicken, pushing his right palm to Yu Long's chest. Yu Long caught Yu Tian's palm casually and stunned him. Yu Tian. Rule number 1, don't attack blindly. Yu Long commented, sending a punch to his brother's face. Bam! Yu Tian flew 1 meter away with a bloody nose and landed on the ground with a shocked face. And just like that, he fainted. Yum, erase my brother's memory and fix his broken nose. Okay, my lord. Yum the butterfly responded. Yu Tian woke up and watched Yu Long standing before him. Fourth brother. What are you doing here? Oh, we are going to have a spar, no. Yu Long returned innocently. Ah, yes. The spar. Yu Tian nodded, entering the same fucking stance again. Who do you think you are? Rock Lee? Yu Long's mouth twitched as he beat his brother until satisfied. He doesn't remember how many times he broke his nose. After that, Yu Long left the fainted youth alone in the field. I don't think there was a benefit of beating your brother like that, my lord. Yum couldn't help but comment. No, there is a benefit. Yu Long returned like it was nothing. Oh. The butterfly was curious. Yu Long whistled and returned to his courtyard. Although my third brother won't remember a thing about his constantly breaking nose, his body will remember it. If he got attacked in the face later, he'd react and dodge based on instinct alone. I see. Such a genius training method. Yum admired Yu Long even more. Wrong, Yum. Yu Long only wants to beat the shit out of his brother. He only made excuses to justify it. And to be fair, Yu Tian tried to use Yu Long's assets a while ago, and today is the payback. Yu Tian was lucky he was Yu Long's relative. Windblade sect, Cloud Palm sect, and those business clans weren't so lucky. Returning to his courtyard, Yu Long lazed around again and stared at the cloudy sky. And someone suddenly covered his vision. Who the foo? Yu Long was annoyed, but then he recognized the charming young lady. King Yu. Xia King Yu stood a few inches from Yu Long and smiled. Brother Yu Long, I've come to visit you. Are you happy to see King Yu again? Hearing her question, Yu Long sighed and answered, you arrived faster than I thought. You didn't answer my question. Xia King Yu pouted slightly. But then she felt a familiar hand rubbing her head. There. I'm happy to see you again. Yu Long helplessly said. Also, since when did you call me brother? Since now. Xia Qingye blinked her big, charming eyes. I can't. She tilted her head, trying to gain his empathy. You can. Yu Long answered after accepting her new approach. Yu Long didn't know that when he was gone, Xia Qingyu asked several good maids in the Xia manor about how to approach boys. She was an awkward girl. She suppressed her emotions just a while ago. But she tried to learn everything now. Xia Qingyu learned from the maids that acting cute will almost solve everything, especially effective against boys. Coupled with her charming appearance, the maids guaranteed a 500% success chance. Secretly pumping her little fist, Xia Qingyu contained her excitement and asked, Brother Yu Long. I have read the book you left behind, but there are some things Qingyu doesn't understand. Can you explain it to Qingyu? Sure. Yu Long patted the wooden floor of the pavilion beside him. Sit here. Xia Qingyu quickly sat down and attentively waited for his further words like a curious cat. Do you bring the book? Yu Long asked. Here. Xia Qingyu pulled the book from her blue dress. Yu Long nodded and added, which parts you don't understand? Profound sensitivity and reaction. Those parts, hey? It's new knowledge. Well, you see. The profound sensitivity is part of one's body. It shows how sensitive you are to profound strength and the change around you. For example, our body perceives warmth like this. Yu Long suddenly held Xia Qingyu's hand. Xia Qingyu was startled, and her cheeks flushed. Yu Long's words become white noise in Xia Qingyu's head as she only pays attention to his touch. I see. Xia Qingyu pretended to listen. Not far away, Yu Zhan and Xia Hong'ai stared at this scene. They look good with each other. Yu Zhan commented with a faint smile on his face. Yes. Xia Hong'ai nodded in agreement. How about we engage them, Hong'ai? Yu Zhan strikes the iron while it's hot. Xia Hong'ai sighed, about that. You might want to listen to my story first. Back then. Yu Zhan frowned as he listened to Xia Hong'ai's story. To think someone from Xiao clan saved Xia Qingyu's life years ago and became Xia Hong'ai's sworn brother, leading them to promise to let their children marry each other when the ages are old enough. I promised brother Xiao Ying years ago, but... Xia Hong'ai stared at his daughter's happy expression. If it's a matter of Qingyu's happiness, I will break it and face the consequences. You too. They are only 10. Yu Long's mother, Yu Xin, commented as she walked toward them. You two are adult men. You didn't know how girls develop their feelings for someone. If I were Qingyu, I'd not let anyone decide my partner. She can decide herself who she wants to marry in the future. Yu Xin finished her words sternly. Even if there are competitors, Yu Xin is confident her handsome son wouldn't lose to anyone. Chapter 28, Pinky Promise and Breakthrough. Chapter 27 2 weeks later. With Xia Qingyu in the Yu clan, Yu Long's daily life becomes much busier. His mother also nagged more, often teasing him and Xia Qingyu. Although Yu Xin never mentioned engagement or anything directly related to it, Yu Long was clear she wanted to pair Xia Qingyu with him. Not in a forceful way, but more accommodating for sure. Every lunch or dinner, Yu Xin would put their seats closer and make the mood more merrier. Sometimes, she'd talk about Yu Long's childhood to Xia Qingyu despite it being a few years ago. People say a mother is a frightening creature. Yu Long experienced it firsthand now. Yes, there was also something weird. Yu Long's father doesn't comment concerning Yu Xin's arrangement. The same goes for the slick Xia Hong'ai, who made Yu Long train his son a few months back. The two fathers seemingly have a dad's agreement with each other, which Yu Long is curious about but doesn't care enough to uncover. Aside from this interesting development, Yu Long's relationship with Xia Qingyu becomes closer. When a cute girl calls you big brother in such a heartwarming way every single time, you're bound to love or hate it. And Yu Long freaking loves it. It also happened because Yu Long didn't have any younger siblings in his previous life. In the Yu clan, he is also the youngest. Yu Long and Xia Qingyu become inseparable due to their research on the profound way. Even if Yu Xin didn't meddle, he wouldn't mind Xia Qingyu's presence near him. Xia Qingyu is a quick learner. She's also insufferably intellectual and talented. The amount of knowledge Yu Long poured into Xia Qingyu would make any so-called martial saint suffer an existential crisis, but she took it like a champ. Usually, Xia Qingyu didn't take a day or two to have in-depth knowledge about something. On top of that, Xia Qingyu's cultivation soared rapidly. Yu Long was surprised when he discovered that Xia Qingyu's cultivation was at the 10th level of the elementary profound realm. Yes, this was when she arrived at the Yu clan 2 weeks ago. She took less than a month to convert her vitality into profound strength. Xia Qingyu's cultivation base is currently at the 6th level of the nascent profound realm. No wonder Xia Qingyu's 9 profound exquisite body is literally described as a heaven-defying physique, and many people want to covet it in the novel. Fortunately, Yu Long has developed profound patterns and aspects. He has sampled Xia Qingyu's 9 profound exquisite body and altered it slightly to fit his body. He called this broken profound aspects. If Yulong didn't want to uncover the mystery of this world's cultivation path and limited his cultivation base, he could have reached the tyrant profound realm any moment now. That's counting the factor that several altered bloodlines and profound aspects contained in his body. Tyrant profound realm is also called overlord in this world. So, Yulong could attain overlord at 10 years old. Overlord, what kind of concept is that? If any higher powers in the profound sky continent knew of Yulong's existence and monstrous potential, they wouldn't let him be. Fortunately, they don't. Even then, Yulong's life becomes much more colorful than before. Is it a bad thing? Or a good thing? Who knows, but Yulong doesn't mind it, and that's what matters. On the morning day, Yulong woke up with a yawn. He scratched his cheeks and looked around for a bit. His bedroom is messy, as usual. There are books everywhere. And female underwear on the floor. Wait, female underwear? Yulong's eyes widened in shock. The fuck? Yulong pulled his pants up slightly and saw everything was fine. Priority, priority. Safe. I thought someone fooked me. He sighed in relief. After that, Yulong trailed his gaze to the other side of the bed and saw Lily sleeping soundlessly. Yum, yum. 1 bread, 2 bread. Lily murmured happily. Drools are coming from her mouth, touching Yulong's sacred bed. Yulong's mouth twitched in disbelief. This maid. How in hell did she enter my room? Yulong peeked at the round, perky things below Lily's collarbone and faked a respectful cough after seeing them. Lily's become bigger than before. The bloodline likely affects her. He wondered slightly. I need to do more research. For scientific purposes. Yulong nodded sagely and covered Lily with a blanket. He stretched and wrote a note, sticking it on the maid's forehead. Yulong refreshed himself with a splash of cold water and wiped his face with a towel. Phew, it's morning and I'm already panicking. After brushing his teeth, Yulong changed his clothes into a black training uniform and went to the courtyard. Yulong started his usual exercises and bathed in the morning sunlight to absorb violet chi. He sensed someone's presence in the back and crouched slightly. Xia Qingyu missed her target and pouted, I almost got you. You're too green to catch me. Yulong flashed a grin at the charming girl. Xia Qingyu placed her hands on the hip and returned, I've asked this several times, but aren't you bored, big brother? Me? Bored? Ha ha ha. Yulong laughed at her joke. I would never get bored as long as Qingyu is on my side. Why you re-teasing me again? Xia Qingyu's ears reddened. Yulong shook his head and continued, there are many things to do in the house, you know. For example, sleep. Out of many things, you chose that. Xia Qingyu was amazed by Yulong's reason for staying at home. What, sleep is important? Yulong straightforwardly stated. What happens when one doesn't have enough sleep? They become less productive. What happens when one doesn't have enough sleep in a war? The enemy will wait until drowsiness hits and kills them. What happens when? There he goes again. Xia Qingyu smiled helplessly. She thought Yulong was more mysterious than others. Well, he is. But sometimes, boys will always be boys. That's why, without enough sleep, no one will succeed. Yulong finished his speech. Xia Qingyu sighed, whatever. I was thinking you could bring me to an interesting place. She blinked innocently. That's not going to work against me anymore. Yulong responded casually. Xia Qingyu was shocked. Those maids lied to her. Oh, sweet Xia Qingyu. You're too naive. How could such a trick work twice on Yulong? Even without Kaiju Maker, he's immune to it after the first attempt. Yulong flicked Xia Qingyu's forehead and said, go, train your profound strength. If you reach the 7th level of the nascent profound realm, I'll bring you to an interesting place. Ouch! Really? Xia Qingyu was about to rub her aching forehead when she listened to Yu Long's second line and became excited instead. Promise you won't take your words back. I promise. Yu Long lifted his pinky finger. Xia Qingyu tilted her head as she didn't understand his gesture. Yu Long chuckled and explained, this is called pinky promise. When one makes a promise with another, they can link their pinky fingers and promise to fulfill it. The gesture is taken to signify that the person can break the finger of the one who broke the promise. Now that I think about it, this is horrible. Yu Long regretted explaining this. However, Xia Qingyu's eyes lit up immediately as she locked her pinky finger with Yu Long's. Hee, pinky promise. You can't take your words back now. She giggled excitedly. Bye, big brother Yu Long. I'll go and cultivate. Xia Qingyu happily skipped onto the ground and disappeared into her bedroom in the opposite courtyard. Yu Long stared at his pinky finger. It wouldn't break, no? Whatever. It's just a harmless promise. Yu Long shrugged and continued training art of violet mist. Yu Long has understood the essence of the nascent profound realm, so it's time for him to break through. At elementary profound realm, what matters the most is the conversion of one's vitality into profound strength. The nascent profound realm took one further step of that conversion and developed the newly profound energy in one's body, using the power of earth and heaven. The key is the maturing process from the surroundings' energies. When the profound energy in one's body matured enough, one could step into the true profound realm. Yu Long closed his eyes and felt the warm sensation on his 54 profound entrances. Yes, he had all of them open a while ago. The warm current washed Yu Long's body as he steadily entered the first level of true profound realm. But it doesn't end here. Yu Long's profound energy boiled and kept surging forward, raising his cultivation base. Second level of the true profound realm. Third level of the true profound realm. Fourth level of the true profound realm. Fifth level of the true profound realm. Sixth level of the true profound realm. Seventh level of the true profound realm. Eighth level of the true profound realm. Ninth level of the true profound realm. 10th level of the true profound realm. After absorbing immense energy and controlling it perfectly, Yu Long steadily stopped at the 10th level of the true profound realm. Yu Long opened his eyes and released a violet-colored smoke from his mouth. He felt refreshed and definitely much stronger than before. The increase of strength in the elementary profound realm and nascent profound realm is too little for Yu Long to notice. However, the true profound realm is different. What the means by mature is actually more stable than the previous realm. Yu Long ridiculed this world's vague definition of the cultivation path. He lifted his head and saw the sun ganging in the sky. Interesting place, hey. Visiting that bird doesn't sound bad. Chapter 29, Feast and Sleeping Together? Chapter 28 A day later. Beside a running river, Yu Long tossed a bait and raised his fishing rod. His action might look ordinary, but keen eyes could see that the fishing line and hook are skillfully made with profound energy. After the breakthrough into the true profound realm, Yu Long felt his strength increased by bigger multipliers. Since his base strength is already that of a monster, this sudden boost brings a lot to the table. His profound strength is much more stable than before, allowing him to achieve smoother results when doing martial techniques. Of course, it also means Yu Long had to adapt to this newfound strength, or he'd kill someone by accident. And what's more suitable to control one's strength than fishing? He has been doing this routine every year. It's just relaxing enough to make Yu Long's sudden increase in power settle down. Oh, another one. Yu Long gently lifted his fishing rod, successfully catching a trout. The trout landed on a big wooden basin beside Yu Long, which had a lot of fish. Yu Long was about to throw another bait when his fishing rod snapped into two. This rod was made with pure silver rock and ether wood, but it still couldn't handle my strength after 10 swings. He commented helplessly. If any other person used Yu Long's fishing rod, they would likely get tired to oblivion already. The special fishing rod prevented them from using profound energy properly. Yet Yu Long somehow could create a fine fishing line and hook, showing how great his control over profound energy was. Yu Long sighed and threw the broken fishing rod into the piles of the same item. It had become a small mountain after Yu Long stayed on this river for hours. Thankfully, these broken rods wouldn't get wasted as Wabi the mighty slime exists. Wabi opened its mouth and swallowed the piles of broken fishing rods, turning them back into raw materials. The raw materials are then molded into new fishing rods, accumulating them beside Yu Long in case he needs more. Yes, this is an infinite cycle of training. Yu Long's problem is this river has a limited number of fish. And just as expected, Yu Long doesn't get any bites for several minutes. Yu Long glanced at the big wooden basin. Well, we can have a feast with this amount alone. Placing all the tools back into the spatial ring, Yu Long grabbed the wooden basin and returned to the Yu clan. Hong Guan is still training her swordplay when she notices Yu Long comes with all kinds of river fish. Her green eyes widened in shock as she commented, "You caught a lot this time, young master. Your strength must have increased tremendously." She added, which made Yu Long nod. "Yet," Yu Long replied casually. "True Profound Realm is really different from the previous two. By the way, I heard you have sent some shadow walkers to the frozen cloud Asgard." Yu Long smiled at the red-haired beauty. "Hee hee." Hong Guan giggled in return. "Of course, I followed your command 2 weeks ago. For my young master, I've to take everything into consideration." She winked playfully at him. Yu Long was stunned for a moment before laughing. Then, "Thank you for your service. Tell me if you want something." He gave her a knowing look and then walked toward the kitchen. "Also, you look good in that dress." His voice echoed in the courtyard. Hong Guan warmly stared at Yu Long's back and parted her luscious red lips. The sword's handle in Hong Guan's hand tightened as imagination ran wild in her head. "Something I want?" Hong Guan looked down and noticed her loose red and white martial dress clinging tightly to her alluring body, which was almost see-through due to her sweat and showed her smooth skin. "Ah, so embarrassing." Hong Guan froze and blushed after realizing her indecent state. "But young master seems to observe me and likes this outfit. If it's young master, I don't mind showing my skin." She slowly caressed her lips. "Oh boy!" Yu Long didn't know he just awakened something in Hong Guan. Evening came by. And Yu Long held a roasted fish feast with everyone in the courtyard. Yu Long sat down near the bonfire and enjoyed the warmth. "Big brother, big brother!" Xia Qingyu excitedly ran toward him. "Guess what surprise Qingyu brings to you?" "What, a fortune cookie?" Yu Long tilted his head, knowingly answering wrong. Xia Qingyu giggled and leaked her cultivation discreetly so the servants nearby wouldn't know. Not knowing these people are shadow agents under Yu Long's control. Yu Long blinked a few times and praised, "Wow, you reached the 7th level of the nascent profound realm already." Xia Qingyu puffed her developing bosom proudly, "Now, you have to bring me somewhere interesting." "Yes, yes. I have a place in mind already." Yu Long waved his hand to ease her excitement. "Really?" Xia Qingyu's eyes brightened immediately. Yu Long nodded, "Yup, but it would take some time for us to reach that place. Stabilize your cultivation first, and we'll go in 2 or 3 days." "Okay." Xia Qingyu agreed to his arrangement. Her little nose smelled something nice. She looked around. "Ah, why did people gather in the courtyard?" "Your response is late, young lady." Yu Long shook his head at her late reaction and told Lily to bring roasted fish here. Xia Qingyu's nose sniffed the mouth-watering aroma and witnessed Lily bringing a tray. Her eyes landed on the honey-glazed trout on the plate, causing her to swallow her saliva instinctively. "One of my catch today, enjoy." Yu Long brought the plate and handed it to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu gulped and wiped her hand clean first. She touched the fish's belly and felt the crispness of the skin. Bringing the flesh into her mouth, Xia Qingyu moaned softly and almost cried from how good the roasted fish was. Pfft! Yu Long couldn't hold his laughter. Is it that good? It is. Xia Qingyu's ears and cheeks reddened because of the embarrassment. She actually moaned because of the food. Eat more, grow more. You're still too small. Yu Long commented and recalled Hong Guan's figure a while ago. Xia Qingyu sat beside Yu Long and enjoyed the fish. The courtyard's atmosphere becomes lively. And some bold servants bring alcohol in, which leads to a disaster. Even then, it was a good moment. The white, full moon hangs in the night sky. Yu Long returned to his bedroom and tossed his shoes away. Jumping to his bed, Yu Long was about to close his eyes when someone suddenly entered his room. At first, Yu Long thought it was Lily, considering her sleepwalking problem. However, it was Hong Guan. Hong Guan wore a white silk sleeping robe, which showed her hourglass figure, especially in the chest area, as it hung over her D-cup breast. She had her long, crimson hair let loose, giving off a warm sensation. The moonlight shone through the gap in the window, making her look like a goddess. "Why, young master?" she said tipsily. "Are you drunk?" Yu Long noticed the redness on her complexion. Hong Guan stood on the edge of the bed. "There is something I want. Can we sleep together?" "Oh, shit!" Yu Long thought he was dreaming, but it wasn't a dream. His teenage body was actually exhilarated already. Yup, he was ready. To the battlefield. Yu Long suddenly heard a snoring sound. He gazed at Hong Guan and saw her lying on the bed peacefully. Yu Long. He doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry in this situation. Yu Long stretched his hands and reached for Hong Guan's body. He knew this was a dangerous move, but his curiosity ought to be satisfied. Yu Long's hand sank a little as one word slipped into his mind. "Soft," he muttered while looking at his hands. "MMN." Hong Guan groaned slightly. Yu Long took a deep breath and covered Hong Guan with a blanket, lying beside her. The feeling was fresh in Yu Long's mind, but he couldn't take another step without her consent. "Good night, Hong Guan," he said, caressing her hair. As they both fell asleep, Hong Guan slowly searched for warmth and hugged Yu Long. A pleasant expression plastered her beautiful face, making one wonder what kind of dream she had. The next day, Hong Guan woke up with a horrible hangover. She blinked twice and noticed this wasn't her room. She felt someone hugging her. "Where is this? Why, young master?" Hong Guan's heart pounded in panic. Hong Guan stared at the sleeping Yu Long, hugging her waist and resting his head against her chest. Taking a deep breath and exhaling the air, Hong Guan covered her mouth so she wouldn't wake him. She observed Yu Long's handsome face and couldn't help but slowly bring her lips to his forehead. After realizing what she was doing, Hong Guan felt guilty and somewhat hot. She reluctantly left the bed and sighed, "I shouldn't have done that." Hong Guan left the room, covering herself in a coat. Unknown to her, Yu Long opened his eyes and chuckled in defeat. "Hong Guan really likes me, hey?" He stared at the ceiling silently. "And we have been together for years. I mean, I also like her. Oh, my past life's memory. If only you showed me romance-related things, I wouldn't feel this problematic." Yu Long whined. "Arg. Fuck it, I like Hong Guan, and she likes me. That's all that matters." Jumping off the bed, Yu Long opened the window and greeted the morning sky. "In 6 years, I'd be an adult. At that point, I will be strong enough that no one on the blue polar star can stop me. Don't worry. Hong Guan, your feelings surely reach me." Yu Long smiled, staring at the crimson-haired woman in the distance. 2 days later, Yu Long, Hong Guan, Lily, and Xia Qingyu started their trip to the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 30, 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Chapter 29 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. People called this place the Profound Beasts Paradise. There are violent nascent and earth profound beasts all over the mountains. There is even a rumor that 3 sky profound beasts dwell in the mountain range. Located in the northwest area of the Blue Wind Empire, 10,000 Beasts has a somewhat warm climate. Tall tree forests and rocks everywhere are suitable to be habitats of profound beasts. Although people didn't dare to step into the core areas of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range due to the rumor, its outskirts are suitable for independent practitioners to train and gain income from hunting some beasts. Mercenary groups usually stay near the 10,000 Beast mountain range. Above the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a great bird flapped its wings and hovered below the clouds. 4 people are sitting on its back. A purple-clothed youth with a carefree expression, enjoying the wind. A charming young lady in a blue dress excitedly looking around. A black-haired maid in a green robe covered her mouth because of air sickness. And finally, a red-haired seductress in a red and white martial robe, wearing a veil to cover her beautiful face. These people are Yu Long, Xia Qingyu, Lily, and Hong Guan. After setting off from the Yu clan, they used the Great Bird and traveled to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. It took them a few hours, which is fast enough. Are you okay? Xia Qingyu asked Lily as the maid's complexion didn't look good. Lily shook her head, my stomach hurts. Hong Guan sighed and patted her forehead helplessly, that's why young master told you to control profound strength properly. In the first place, how did you get air sickness after reaching the 7th level of Earth Profound Realm? Yug, it just feels bad today, okay? Lily returned, feeling very wronged. Yu Long grabbed Lily's hand and checked her condition, finding her grass dragon aspect wasn't reacting well in this atmosphere. He never expected to discover aspect's weaknesses this way. This is... Yu Long's eyebrow twitched because this was Lily's natural reaction on a long-distance flight. What are you? Grass-type Pokemon. Weirdly, Lily didn't show such a reaction when they were flying from the floating cloud city back to the drifting river city. Well, the distance at the time wasn't very long when they used flying beasts as transportation. Let's go down first. Yu Long patted the great bird. Preferably, a place with sunlight and lush vegetation. The great bird is no different than a mindless puppet after Yum the psychic butterfly devoured its consciousness, so it followed Yu Long's order. Landing on an open grassland, Yu Long scouted the area with Insect King's vision and profound sense. Safe. He commented casually. Lily was the first to land and hug a handful of grass like her life depended on it. As weird as it sounds, touching grass makes her stronger. It also applies to any plants with strong vitality in general. Hong Guan stretched her body and stepped off the great bird, using her heightened senses to check for rare things. Xia Qingyu stared at Hong Guan's alluring adult body and glanced back at herself. She mumbled, I'm still in my early puberty. I can still grow. She was determined. Grow what? Yu Long appeared behind her. Xia Qingyu choked on air before answering, nothing. She crouched down from the great bird and patted some small feathers away. Her black eyes observed the vast grassland surrounded by tall trees and lit up in excitement. The forest near the floating cloud city is nothing compared to this. Not to mention, the profound energy is more rampant here. Let's take a break. Yu Long commented, telling Yumi to bring an 8th level of nascent profound beast here. The butterfly followed her creator's order to pick a profound beast with her psychic force and placed it nearby. Qingyu, before we enter the center of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yu Long sat on a rock. I want to test your strength. Test my strength. Xia Qingyu tilted her head. Yu Long chuckled, yup, testing your strength. Don't worry, you will be fine as long as you don't underestimate your enemy and observe its movement. Okay. Xia Qingyu pursed her lips. But who will I fight? Big brother? Lily? Or perhaps... Her eyes trailed to Hong Guan. Hong Guan gave her a side eye and returned, I don't mind testing you, young lady Xia. But you might embarrass yourself. Is that so? Xia Qingyu responded with a smile. Whoa, whoa. Calm down, ladies. Yu Long thought while sensing competitive electricity between Hong Guan and Xia Qingyu. Okay, stop. Lily and Hong Guan won't be the one testing you. Your opponent will be that fellow right there. Yu Long lifted his index finger and pointed it to the bushes. Everyone moved their gazes in the direction Yu Long pointed and saw a profound beast charging out of the bushes, rushing toward them. It was a wild bovine. Wild strength bovine. Hong Guan recognized the profound beast immediately. Nascent profound beast with pure strength and tough physique. It can be considered the most common but resilient species in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, occupying grassland fields. What are you waiting for? The beast is coming for you. The redhead warned nonchalantly. I know. Xia Qingyu clenched her little fist and walked forward. She could see the faint red lines inside the wild strength bovine's body. With every step it took, the red lines became brighter and brighter. Art of water. Xia Qingyu recited her cultivation technique. She dashed to the grassland, creating water lines. The wild strength bovine huffed and charged at the moving Xia Qingyu with its head. Xia Qingyu evaded with a hair-thin difference and gently smacked her palm against the profound beast's stomach. Tremor palm. She smiled, adding her energy to the beast's body. Wahoo! The wild strength bovine let out a painful cry. Again. Xia Qingyu launched a few more attacks and defeated the profound beast quickly. After a while, the wild strength bovine crashed to the ground and breathed heavily. Yu Long smiled and clapped his hands. Good, you're better than I thought. Now kill that profound beast. Xia Qingyu froze on the spot after hearing that. She turned around and wanted to confirm something but saw Yu Long's serene golden eyes instead. She took a deep breath and returned her gaze to the dying beast. How stupid am I? I was the one who wanted to learn from Big Brother Yu Long. Why should I hesitate? Xia Qingyu drew out a vibrating water blade with her finger. Weakness only makes me miserable. Only the strong have the option to spare others. And I'm not strong enough. Staring at the profound beast's eyes, Xia Qingyu parted her mouth and said, May you rest in peace. The wild strength bovine closed its eyes and huffed its last breath. Lily was amazed by Xia Qingyu's conviction. This young lady from Xia Manor is only inferior to her young master. Meanwhile, Hong Guan's expression darkened. Not bad, is all she had to comment on Xia Qingyu's performance. Heart of snow-glazed glass is surely amazing. Yu Long thought while seeing a change in Xia Qingyu. After killing the profound beast, Xia Qingyu's innate talent awakened a bit more and made her stronger. She might not be able to feel it, but it was different for Yu Long, who grasped profound patterns. Lily, pack that cow for us. We will have a barbecue later. Yu Long walked to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu was still digesting her action and sighed, I'm still too weak. No, you're doing great. Yu Long rubbed Xia Qingyu's head gently. I'm proud of you. Proud, hee hee. Xia Qingyu giggled, feeling her mood recover. Really? Yes, you're better than Lily 3 years ago. Yu Long answered with a serious expression. Wait, why did I get compared out of nowhere? Lily, who crouched down and slowly stored the profound beast in her spatial ring, was speechless. Hee hee, no reason. Yu Long chuckled at her. Pfft. Hong Guan giggled as well. Lily puffed her cheeks, Sister Guan, you're no better than me. You vomited. Shush. Shut your mouth. Hong Guan quickly closed Lily's mouth with her hand. We don't talk about that here. Right. The red-haired beauty's eyes radiated with darkness. Lily's body trembled in unwillingness. Yes. Woo, woo. Why bully me? Well, let's resume our journey. Yulong patted Lily's shoulder. As they ventured deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they sometimes stopped and fought profound beasts that looked tasty to barbecue. Even Xia Qingyu fought 3 more times, improving her battle sense even further. Talking about motivation, all she needs is Yulong's encouragement. After an hour, they entered the center of the mountain range and discovered a small village surrounded by tall stone walls. Why is there a random village here? Xia Qingyu asked what the ladies thought at the moment. She was bewildered. Yulong grinned, about that. You see, this village is special. Do you know why? Because a clan with Divine Beast's bloodline lives here. Divine Beast. Lily and Hongguan glanced at each other. After all, they have altered the bloodline of Scarlet Dragon. And Scarlet Dragon was a descendant of pure-blooded True Dragon. Divine Beast. This concept was new for Xia Qingyu. What kind of Divine Beast lives here? Yulong sensed the fiery presence deep in the village and replied, one of the 3 supreme fire attribute beasts. Phoenix. Chapter 31, The Phoenix Clan. Chapter 30 Phoenix. The primordial divine beast. The 3 ladies were dumbfounded. They have heard stories about the phoenix from the divine Phoenix Empire that neighbored their Blue Wind Empire. In the past, the divine Phoenix sect received the legacy of the Phoenix and took over the Grand Azura Kingdom, renaming it into the Divine Phoenix Empire. From this story, one can see the significant meaning of possessing such a legacy. Strength to dominate an entire empire. To this day, the Divine Phoenix Empire still worships the Phoenix. How could such a legacy remain in this remote place without anyone knowing? No. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yulong chuckled at their reactions. This clan indeed connected to the Divine Phoenix Empire, but not in the way you thought it was. Let's visit the clan first. He casually walked to the village. You'll know more as soon as we talk with them. But how did you know then? The 3 ladies stared at Yulong's back in confusion. Even then, they followed Yulong to the small village surrounded by tall walls. Upon their arrival, a gasp echoes one after another. Outsiders. There are actually outsiders visiting our clan. I thought no one knew about our clan's existence anymore. Xia Qingyu frowned as her ability to see one's soul and characteristics activated. When she saw these people with small fire tattoos on their foreheads, she couldn't help but notice their pure souls. Yes, pure souls. Every single one of them. Xia Qingyu also noticed the faint helplessness on their faces, but when they saw her and Yulong, the helplessness seemed to change into hope. 10th level of elementary profound realm. Lily mumbled in disbelief. Aren't they supposed to be inheritors of Phoenix's blood? She patted her head. This kind of cultivation base, even a group of shadow apprentices much stronger than this. Looks and feels properly, Lily. That flame mark on their forehead. It's limiting their profound sensitivity and aspect. Hongguan commented solemnly. Ultimately preventing them from breaking through into the nascent profound realm. After some thought, Hongguan furrowed her brows and added, I don't know what happened to these people. However, it was most likely punishment or some sort. You don't know how spot on you are, Hongguan. Yulong shook his head gently. A woman's intuition is a cheat. Hello. Someone calmly approached them. It was a red-haired man in his late 20s. He's around 178 centimeters with a humble appearance. He wore a plain blue robe, making him look even more ordinary. There is an air of peacefulness around this man. Hello. Yulong responded, cupping his hand at the red-haired man. The red-haired man was stunned at Yulong's gesture before smiling faintly. My name is Feng Beishuan. He introduced himself to them. I'm the leader of this small clan. It seems that you discovered our small settlement by accident. Or maybe not. This might sound weird, but how should I refer to esteemed guests? Yulong nodded and replied, No, it's not weird. Clan leader Feng. My name is Yu Long. This charming young lady is Xia Qingyu. That good-looking woman in green is Lily. And lastly, the beauty in the red dress is Hong Guan. Greetings. The ladies politely bowed to Feng Beishuan. Feng Beishuan was troubled. Please do not bow to me. Haha, it's okay. Yu Long waved his hand casually. Showing some courtesy should be fine, no. Well. Feng Beishuan could only nod at the end. The red-haired man sighed and asked, please forgive my rudeness. May I ask what's the purpose of your visit? Yu Long played a clueless expression before replying, this. Clan leader Feng, I sensed a rich aura of flame here. Is this place perhaps where the guardian clan of Phoenix's legacy resides? After Yu Long mentioned this, every clan member seemingly stopped like statues and put a pained look on their faces. They instinctively touched the flame imprint on their forehead. Guardian clan. Feng Beishuan smiled bitterly. We don't deserve such a title. I could feel that 4 of you aren't bad people. Please follow me, and I will explain our clan's situation more. Sure. Yu Long and others followed Feng Beishuan to his house. Feng Beishuan called for his wife and asked her to make tea for the guests. As they sat down around a round table, the mood slowly became heavier and heavier. Feng Beishuan's wife placed several cups of tea on the table, giving them a nod and leaving the room. As I said earlier. Feng Beishuan sighed in sorrow. We do not deserve to be called Guardian Clan anymore. Right now, we are just a small clan that carried the ancestors' sin and curse of the Phoenix. But why so? Xia Qingyu asked in bizarreness. Yes, we noticed that every adult in the clan is only at the 10th level of elementary profound realm. Hong Guan added immediately. I'll be frank, but with such strength, I'm surprised your clan could survive living in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. There must be a reason, right? Feng Beishuan gazed into the distance and answered, you're right. We used to prosper. We used to be bathed in glory, existing for a very long time due to the divine phoenix. However, we incur heaven's wrath. Heaven's wrath? Lily whispered to herself. She can't imagine the action that could lead to such a result. Yes. A long time ago. Feng Beishuan recalled his father's story. An ancestor of the clan passed the Phoenix trial and obtained the Phoenix bloodline. They flourished into a large sect after 12 generations. Nonetheless, during that generation, one of the ancestors fought with someone using the power of the Phoenix. The flames accidentally spread to a small town and burned 32,000 innocent people. The Phoenix God's spirit was enraged by our ancestors' action and cursed our bloodline to get suppressed to the 10th level of elementary profound. Afterward, our strength declined rapidly with no other choice than isolating ourselves in the mountain range next to the ruins of the Phoenix for 1,000 years. We prayed to Phoenix God that the curse could get released. I doubt people outside know about our existence anymore. He laughed in self-mockery. As for why we live comfortably in this remote place. The Phoenix ruin nearby releases the aura of Phoenix God, which deters dangerous beasts away, allowing us to live comfortably. How unfair! Xia Qingyu uttered after hearing the story. Even Hong Guan and Lily thought the same. Clan head Feng, your generation did nothing wrong, no? Why did you have to carry the sin of your ancestor? Also, didn't you say the sin was an accident? Feng Beishuan shook his head calmly and responded, because my ancestor still killed those innocent lives. Even if it was an accident, lives are still lives. We must protect Phoenix Ruin and its image. The power given to us comes with responsibility. And my ancestor broke that responsibility. Tears are coming from Feng Beishuan's eyes. Even until this very moment, the Phoenix clan still felt ashamed of our past actions. Generations after generation, we carried the shameful wool and were taught to repent. Because it's our responsibility now. Here. Yu Long, who had been quiet all this time, placed down a napkin for Feng Beishuan. "Thank you." Feng Beishuan still thanked him despite his emotional state. Hong Guan bit her lips and glanced at Yu Long. "Is there a way to break the curse? Why are you staring at me?" Yu Long chuckled inside. "He's the clan head, not me." Feng Beishuan wiped his tears. "There is a way to break the curse. But it's extremely dangerous and difficult." "And that way is?" Lily questioned in suspense. "Only those with true phoenix bloodline could break the curse." Feng Bachan finished his words. "And to obtain true phoenix bloodline, one must pass phoenix trials like our ancestor years ago. Aside from this method, there is no other way." "Big brother, young master." Xia Qingyu and Lily showed a pleading look at Yu Long after realizing how pitiful the Phoenix clan was. Yu Long was actually taken aback by their actions. He ruffled his hair and said, "Don't be pessimistic, clan leader Feng. I might have a way to break the curse." Yu Long shrugged, "Of course. Passing the Phoenix trials is convenient and more straightforward. Still, with my expertise, trying another method doesn't sound bad. What do you think? Do you really have a way?" Feng Beishuan's body trembled. "In theory, yes. All I need is your blood and some time." Yu Long returned confidently. "Then, take my blood. If you succeed, then you'll be our greatest benefactor." Feng Beishuan's gaze becomes firm. Yu Long rubbed his chin. "Not so fast. Can we visit the Phoenix ruin first? I'm afraid the Phoenix god will intervene with my method. I might have to talk with my clansmen first." Feng Beishuan put on a complex expression. "It's okay. You can discuss it with your clansmen, but give me your blood first." Yu Long smiled in understanding. "Okay." Feng Beishuan excitedly ran toward the kitchen. Whoa, hold down your horse." Yu Long grabbed Feng Beishuan's hand and stopped him. "Are you going to take a sharp object and hack yourself?" Yes." Feng Beishuan tilted his head and then realized how absurd his action was. Xia Qingyu, Lily, Hong Guan. Even Feng Beishuan's wife afar was speechless. Yu Long's mouth twitched as he handed a syringe. "Use this instead. To use this tool, you have to stab and pull this. Then." Feng Beishuan's eyes lit up in marvel. He followed Yu Long's instructions and drew his blood out. It was painless. "Stop, this is more than enough," Yu Long said, gently pulling the syringe off Feng Beishuan's arm. "In the meantime, you can discuss with your clansmen, clan head Feng. Then, wait for my good news." Feng Beishuan bade farewell and left them in the room. "I should be the one who says that." Yu Long waved his hand carefreely. Stretching his fingers, he looked at the syringe and said, "Now for the nifty part." Chapter 32, Breaking the Phoenix's Curse. Chapter 31 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, Phoenix Clan. Yu Long sat silently in the room and used Kaiju Maker to analyze Feng Beishuan's blood. The bloodline of Phoenix is really impressive. Even after 12 generations, the bloodlines still carry enough energy to aid its possessor. Well, also the curse. Not only does it merge perfectly with the human body, but it also grants several good perks. Increase in life force. Ability to wield Phoenix's flame, even if the bloodline is impure. Strength's amplification. And the best part is, revive from ashes. No, unlike the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Phoenix clan can be considered the purest bloodline inheritor by numbers. After all, their bloodline's dilution is slower than the Divine Phoenix Empire. If they didn't have the curse, they could be a group of frightening people without a doubt. Yu Long pulled out the evil god's fire seed and clenched it with his hand, using its law of fire to break the restriction or curse set by the Phoenix god's spirit. After a while, Feng Beishuan's blood on Yu Long's palm becomes redder and hotter. A flame combusted as a small image of the phoenix sword and smacked him. Yu Long rubbed his cheek in disbelief. Fuck it, you want to do it in a hard way. Then, I'll make it hard. Wabi appeared and landed on Yu Long's lap. Nyu. The slime bounced its head left and right. Yu Long smiled, help me with this. Nyu. Wabi nodded, absorbing Feng Beishuan's blood. Yu Long also placed his hands inside Wabi's body and used Kaiju Maker to break off any genetic codes. Deep inside the Phoenix clan, a tall building has existed for a long time. It was skillfully made with white marbled stone and had a grand-looking metal door. A pair of golden eyes appeared and stared into the distance. Someone broke the bloodline's restriction I placed. A majestic yet smooth female voice echoed in the darkness. Wait, this familiar feeling of fire. Nni Xian. The golden eyes trembled, how is that even possible? Unfortunately, I can't leave this place as my other half will know about my existence. At Feng Beishuan's house, Yu Long grinned foolishly and breathed heavily as if he just run a marathon. Haha, fuck you. Yu Long pulled out crimson-colored blood from Wabi's body. It releases extreme heat, but not enough to affect him physically. Staring at the purified Phoenix's bloodline, Yu Long finally found a way to break the Phoenix's curse imprint. After understanding its profound patterns and reverse engineering the aspects, he discovered that the curse is a DNA defect within one's bloodline. The Phoenix god probably used its power to alter the bloodline and seal it with something. And that something is an array. A sealing array, to be exact. Although the sealing array is complex to crack, Yu Long's thought acceleration allowed him to break it quickly. Yu Long sighed in relief and stored Evil God's fire seed back into his inner world. As for the Phoenix blood, he sealed it inside a jade bottle. He could have absorbed it now, but Yu Long needs to find the difference between his version and the real ones. Phoenix Trials. Yu Long poked Wabi's head with his fingers. Let's recover first. Using Kaiju Maker exhausts me physically and mentally. Yu Long closed his eyes and meditated, practicing art of violet mist since the Phoenix clan is rich with fire and yang energy. He cultivated for 2 hours until someone knocked on the door of the room he currently used. Young master, the clan head Feng is calling you. Hong Guan's voice comes from the other side. I'll be there in a second. Yu Long answered casually. He opened his eyes and let out a faint violet smoke. As Yu Long walked out, Feng Beishuan, with some clan members, waited in the living room. They have a determined expression on their face. Yu Long, we have thought about it. Feng Beishuan was the first to talk. I'll open the Phoenix ruin for you. As long as we could break the curse. Someone added shortly after. Yu Long smiled and replied, well, that was faster than I thought. We have suffered for too long. Feng Beishuan shook his head helplessly. I have twin children. They are only 2 years old. As a father, I want them to have a better future than I am. Witnessing the real world out there. Understandable. Yu Long nodded calmly. Then, who wants to break their flame imprint first? Wait. You have found a way already. Feng Beishuan and the Phoenix clan's members were shocked. Yes. It was difficult but also fun. Yu Long flashed a grin at them. As expected of big brother Yu Long. Even the curse set by the primordial phoenix cannot stop him. Xia Qingyu lifted her nose proudly. Why are you proud? You're not the one doing it. Lily and Hong Guan were slightly appalled by Xia Qingyu's second-hand pride. Then, I'll try it first. Someone stepped out. It was a middle-aged man with auburn-colored hair and thick eyebrows. He appeared younger than he should be. My name is Feng Yun. Nice to meet you, esteemed guest Yu. Aren't you afraid that I'd fail? Yu Long commented on Feng Yun's willingness to enter an unknown territory. Feng Yun laughed, haha, I'm over 89 already. Even if I die here, there aren't many regrets I had besides the sin of our ancestors. I've lived a good life. Well. Yu Long admired Feng Yun's belief. Let's start then. He placed his hand on Feng Yun's head, where the dark red flame imprint is inherently located, and used Kaiju Maker. Everyone watched in anticipation, seeing the flame imprint slowly change color to scarlet. Gasps! Feng Beishuan and members of the Phoenix clan sucked a cold breath. Still, they are excited deep inside. At the same time, Feng Yun groaned as he felt a surge of profound energy in his veins. Feng Yun's 10th level of elementary profound realm erupted rapidly. He entered first level of the nascent profound realm and stopped at the 7th level of the true profound realm. A fiery aura was released from Feng Yun's body, shocking his clan's members. This is success. Feng Yun clenched his fist solemnly. He had never felt so vigorous in his life. However, it also feels weird. Yu Long chuckled, "Congratulations on your breakthrough. Everyone must be confused by Senior Feng's rapid breakthrough. The answer to your confusion is piling up profound energy. Senior Feng has lived for nearly 90 years. His vitality constantly transformed into profound strength and piling up itself. It also means his foundation is firm." Hong Guan's mouth parted in amazement. Such a blessing in disguise. Feng Yun glanced at Feng Beishuan emotionally, "Clan leader, our clan finally find its way." "Yes, Senior Feng." Feng Beishuan holds his tears. The clan members in the room covered their eyes and laughed in joy. For 1,000 years, they prayed. And someone finally comes and saves them. If this isn't the work of fate, then they don't know how to explain it anymore. Yu Long was actually amused by their happiness, as this wasn't that much of a big deal for him. "Senior Feng, you might want to sit calmly there and adapt to your new cultivation base. You don't want to hurt someone by accident, right?" "Okay." Feng Yun laughed and sat on the couch. "Okay, stop crying. You guys are adults." Yu Long clapped his hand. "Who's next?" "Me." "No, me first. I'm older than you two, so I'm next." Feng Beishuan stared at his clan members and felt thankful for Yu Long's help. The Phoenix clan will forever remember him as their greatest benefactor. "We might not be able to pay him back," he thought while staring at the black-haired youth. After breaking their flame imprint's restriction, Yu Long crashed to the ground and sighed, "So tiring." "Are you okay?" Feng Beishuan and others were worried. Yu Long reassured them, "I'm okay, just a little exhausted. There are more people in the clan that need my help." Unknown to Yu Long, his action touched Feng Beishuan and others even more. Such an admirable youth. Even after getting exhausted this much, he still wants to help them. Feng Beishuan and his clan members glanced at each other. They nodded as he replied, "You can rest and recover your strength first, benefactor Yu. We can undo the curse slowly," he added calmly. "Okay, then." Yu Long was slightly weirded by these adult men's concerned gazes. "I'm not swinging that way, dudes. Can I take a look at the Phoenix trial, though?" he questioned while adjusting his breath. "Like right now?" Feng Beishuan looks very worried. "I mean, the quicker, the better." Yu Long returned, having Hong Guan carry him by the shoulder. "Then, I'll lead you there." Feng Beishuan sighed in defeat. It would be better for Yu Long to take a rest first. Chapter 33, The Dumbfounded Phoenix. Chapter 32 Feng Beishuan led Yu Long and others to the Phoenix trial ground. As they passed some clan members on the street, Yu Long could feel their deep admiration toward him and couldn't help but compare them with shadow agents in the Shadow Realm. With this in mind, Yu Long glanced at Feng Beishuan and asked, "Clan leader Feng, may I ask something?" "Feel free to ask anything, benefactor Yu." Feng Beishuan responded immediately. A happy smile seems plastered over his face permanently. "Since the Phoenix clan has a way to break its curse, what's your plan after this?" Yu Long uttered immediately. You know that this is your chance to check the outside world. Even letting the world know that the Phoenix clan still exists. Feng Beishuan shook his head. We would still stay in this mountain range and protect the Phoenix trial ground. It's our duty. But I can't say the same for the clan's young generation. Their duties aren't as ingrained as ours. Then, what about joining an alliance with me? Yulong strikes while the iron is still hot. With you? Feng Beishuan tilted his head. Are you perhaps from a big background, benefactor you? Yulong chuckled, well, something like that. I'm from Yu clan in the Blue North County. Although no one knows about our power yet, I guarantee we are no weaker than any sects or empires. Feng Beishuan's eyes lit up, yet? I see that benefactor Yu is also wise in this kind of matter. He is. Xia Qingyu joined the conversation. Big brother Yulong is the most talented person in this world. Those people who self-proclaimed themselves as ones are nothing to him. Haha. I agree with your statement, young lady. Feng Beishuan laughed merrily. Yulong helplessly heaved a sigh. Stop praising me. There are many things out there that I didn't know. My skill is only better than some people. I know I'm great, but not that great. Young master, why did it sound like you were bragging? Lily was speechless. You heard it wrong then. Yulong returned, maintaining a righteous expression. I'm a very humble guy. Lily rolled her eyes. Phew, young master is silly sometimes. Hongguan covered her mouth and giggled in amusement. Feng Beishuan coughed, give me a day to consider this offer. This matter will decide our clan's future. No problem. Yulong gave him a knowing look. Well, here we are. Feng Beishuan suddenly stopped his steps. A tall building that seemed to exist for a long time stood firmly before their eyes. Its wall is grandly made with white marbled stones, and the roof is dark like night. And lastly, a grand-looking iron door at its entrance. Xia Qingyu looked up and was amazed. Whoa! I could feel the air of mystery from this building. I thought the same in the past. Feng Beishuan recalled his childhood moment, visiting this place and learning its history from his father. That was such a good old time. He stepped forward and paid his respect to the Phoenix god. After that, Feng Beishuan approached a small altar near the iron door with a small red crystal and injected his bloodline power into it. The crystal released a dim scarlet light as the iron door slowly opened. Xia Qingyu's charming eyes blinked a few times, marveling at the mechanism behind this door. A ray, a specific one at that. Yulong commented, answering Xia Qingyu's thoughts. How did? She was surprised by Yulong's words. Yulong patted Xia Qingyu's head and returned, because it's shown all over your face. Anyway, clan leader Feng. We can enter, right? Yes. Feng Beishuan nodded. Just make sure to keep your aura in check. The four of them understood. They entered the trial ground and saw a massive square surrounded by red-tiled hallways. At the center of this place, they noticed a white circle with the image of a red phoenix carved meticulously. Welcome to the Phoenix trial ground. Feng Beishuan introduced to them some history about this place. However, Yulong's attention always focused on the white circle at the center of the room. His curiosity over the phoenix is high, after all. Don't underestimate Yulong's research spirit. Clan leader Feng. That white circle over there is the transportation array, right? Feng Beishuan was stunned for a second as he answered with a nod, correct. To enter the Phoenix trial, one must step over that array. Not activation speed or anything. Yulong asked curiously. No, to enter the Phoenix trial ground. That person should be trustworthy enough in the eyes of the Phoenix clan. Feng Beishuan smiled. And you, benefactor you, are very trustworthy. You remind me of King Yu's younger brother. Yulong glanced at the young lady beside him. Xia Qingyu pouted slightly, don't compare an adult with a child, big brother Yulong. Yuanba is only 9. I'm talking about their personality. Yulong poked her little nose. Xia Qingye blushed after hearing that. Hee. Lily and Hong Guan giggled. Yulong returned his gaze to the white circle and checked his condition. He has fully recovered from using Kaiju Maker constantly. Clan leader Feng. He called Feng Beishuan. As expected, I can't contain my curiosity after all. I want to enter the Phoenix trial. Benefactor Yu, it's dangerous. You've already found a way to break our curse. Isn't it enough? Feng Beishuan returned solemnly. It's not. On the path of pursuing the profound way, I know no such thing as enough. Yulong answered without beating the bush around. Also, don't worry. Although I didn't look strong, even Hong Guan, a sky profound expert, couldn't defeat me. Lady Hong, why you re a sky profound realm expert? Feng Beishuan was dumbfounded. Even in his ancestry record, only the cream of the crop could reach such a realm. Hong Guan seems to be in her early 20s. Yes, that's right. I've never won against my young master. Hong Guan nodded calmly. Not even once. Feng Beishuan rubbed his temple. In that case, you can enter the Phoenix trial. Just make sure to be safe there. He gave Yulong a worried gaze. Yulong smiled at Feng Beishuan. He strode forward confidently and stepped on the array, feeling the space twisted slightly. Yulong's vision became blurry as darkness greeted him. This darkness seems to have no end. However, for Yulong, this darkness is comforting. It is just like his inner world. The darkness trembles slightly, revealing a pair of massive golden red eyes. The eyes stared at Yulong and tinkered with curiosity. So, you're the one who broke the curse I placed on the Phoenix clan. A beautiful yet stern voice struck Yulong's soul. Yulong shrugged and replied casually, yes. I don't think they deserve much suffering after so many generations. What a wonderful soul you have. The Phoenix commented in surprise. So bright, warm, fuzzy, yet endless. No wonder you could act so calmly in my presence. However, this won't satisfy my interest. Young human, tell me how you got in touch with Ni Xian. Ni Xian. Yulong tilted his head. The Phoenix. People also know him as the evil god. Yulong connected the dots and answered, oh, that. I found this a few months back. The evil god's fire seed appeared out of nowhere and shocked the Phoenix. The Phoenix blinked a few times, confirming the item before her eyes. It's a real one. This thing is hard to crack, you know? It took me days to break its outer layer and learn the initial level of fire law. Yulong complained honestly. Why you? You what? Unbelievable. How could a young mortal break the restriction placed by the evil god? He's one of the 8 primordial lords. But I did it. The evidence is here. Yulong played around with the red-colored pebble in his hand. Am I the one who's not in tune with the world anymore? The Phoenix thought to herself. Did humans advance so much that the power of ancient beings was already surpassed by them? Her world started to crumble. No, that can't be. The Phoenix refused to believe her imagination. This young human. Yes, this young mortal should be different from others. Yulong whistled and stored the evil god's fire seed back to his inner world. He stared at the Phoenix and asked, can we proceed with the trial? I want to experience how hard it is. The Phoenix's eyes twitched. My trials aren't something to trifle with. Do you think this place is your backyard? The Phoenix sighed, very well. I also want to see how you passed my trials. If you pass all the trials, we must have a serious conversation. Sure. Start the trials, Phoenix God. Yulong snapped his finger confidently. Phoenix Legacy's trials. the phoenix said in slight annoyance. First trial, Purgatory Flame Demon. Oh! Yulong's eyes widened in joy. The world of darkness suddenly transformed into a rocky terrain with leaves everywhere. So, this is the power of primordial arrays. Yulong rubbed his hand excitedly. She won't mind if I copy some, right? Chapter 34, Phoenix Trials. Chapter 33 Phoenix Trial Ground, Trial Space. Yulong stood on a floating rock surrounded by lava. The world of darkness had become a new world. Any person with no knowledge of arrays would think this was godly magic or the power of the phoenix, but no. It is just an application of space-changing array formation. The array wrapped a certain distance of space and simulated the volcanic area. However, don't ever think this simulation is fake. It was as natural as it could get. The level of realism is literally based on the array's level. The arrays inside the Phoenix Trial Grounds are top-tier grades from the era of gods. One can call them primordial arrays for a more immersion and mouthful feeling, but origin arrays would also work. Only divine-level cultivator could sense this level of arrays, but even they couldn't grasp its profundity. On the other hand, Yulong is a walking cheat. He has several sense enhancement abilities under his belt. Any little detail won't escape his curious golden eyes. Yulong activated profound sense, thought acceleration, and Insect King's vision simultaneously. The red dominant world slowly became colorful as he learned the arrays inside the Phoenix Trial Grounds, recording them in his memory bank. Growl! The surrounding lava suddenly trembled as a creature appeared out of the burning ground. It was a fire giant over 15 meters tall. It has a rock-like body with flowing lava everywhere. A pair of fiery eyes lit up on its oval-shaped head as the fire giant released a ferocious roar. Roar! Damn! Yulong gained inspiration for his third kaiju from this fellow. Well, it's not like there is no other inspiration. The fire giant stretched its arm and slammed it toward Yulong. Yulong stepped back and commented, "So, I assumed this is the Purgatory Flame Demon. Looks kinda cute, not gonna lie." The phoenix, who listened to Yulong's comment, couldn't help but glare at him immediately. "My Purgatory Flame Demon is a fearsome creature from the era of God. And you call it cute, for fuck's sake." Yulong gauged the Purgatory Flame Demon's strength and discovered it was at the same level as his cultivation base, the 10th level of True Profound Realm. It means the Trial Grounds arrays also scanned Yulong's cultivation realm and adjusted the difficulty based on it. The more Yulong discovers the secret about this place, the more excited he becomes. He really takes Phoenix's trial ground as his playground. If the Phoenix knew what Yulong thought about her trial ground, she might get angry. No, she will get angry. Yulong kept dodging the Purgatory Flame Demon's attack and observed its pattern. When Yulong was satisfied with the array's observation, he extended his hand and let out a small burst of violet light. The violet light transformed into a blade, slashing the Purgatory Flame Demon into two. The Purgatory Flame Demon let out a furious roar. The surrounding lava wrapped its sliced body's pieces and attached it back. Yulong smirked and waved his hand again. This time, he increased the energy usage for arts of violet mist, causing several blades of scorching violet light to bombard the poor creature. Boom! Roar! The Purgatory Flame Demon unleashed an unwilling roar before getting sliced and burned to nothingness. If the phoenix had a mouth, it would fucking drop now. What was that? Light profound art. But I never heard or know about this before. Violet light. It looks like an ultraviolet phenomenon. The phoenix has several bold guesses, but she doubts them. She sighed helplessly and said to Yulong, "Second trial, Arrows of the Phoenix. Starts." Yulong chuckled after hearing the helplessness in the phoenix's voice. The world of fire transformed again. This time, Yulong found himself in a confined room. The room is 20 meters long and wide, with a height of over 30 meters. Yulong glanced at the ceiling and saw a spark appear. That spark turned into an arrow, descending quickly to his location. He dodged casually, staring at the arrow amusingly. As the arrow missed and hit the ground, 2 more appeared and descended from the ceiling. The amount of fire arrows doubled every time. Their speed also increased rapidly. Yulong kept a steady pace, treating this as good exercise as he didn't use any profound arts or abilities. His physical fitness alone can outpace over 2,000 fire arrows. The next wave arrived, and the fire arrows moved like laser beams. Yes, literally. Yulong finally used arts of ghost and made several intangible afterimages. A faint fog released from each afterimage as they waved their hands to the sky. Claws made of shadow manifested, clashing with the fire arrows, and exploded violently. The whole room was quickly obscured by the fog, making one unable to see what was happening inside. Still, as the observer, the phoenix could see everything. Dark profound arts. She trembled after sensing the origin of Yulong's profound arts. 1,000 questions appeared in her mind. This young mortal used light profound arts a while ago. And now he also used dark profound arts. Am I dreaming? Since when did these 2 elements coexist with each other? The phoenix doubted her life. Even in the primordial era, no one could wield light and darkness as if they were opposing each other. Light is dominantly used by the god race. Meanwhile, darkness is inherently used by the devil race. No, there was an existence that could wield both of them. That ancient figure is the most powerful existence in the primal chaos, who birthed the 8 primordial creation gods. Ancestral god. But how? How did this seemingly weak-looking yet bizarre young mortal do it? The phoenix has witnessed many things in her life, but this is something else. At this point, she begins to accept Yulong's ridiculousness. Unfortunately, she doesn't know there are more shocking things on Yulong's sleeve. All the things Yulong has shown so far are very deliberate. He wanted to see how the phoenix reacted, despite her being only a piece of true primordial phoenix's residual divine soul left behind in the blue pole star. In the trial ground, Yulong stood motionless and surrounded by the fire arrows that stabbed the ground. Not a single burn or scratch appeared on his clothes. He won't let these cheap fire arrows destroy his favorite clothes. Before we continue. The phoenix's voice appeared more serious this time. Nevertheless, Yulong could notice more shakiness from it. How did you? Never mind, let's continue with the 3rd trial first. She changed her mind mid-sentence. The residual soul of the phoenix doesn't want to ask this early. The 3rd trial is to test one's character. Although Yulong doesn't appear evil, she couldn't be more cautious, knowing he could wield light and darkness elements. At least, the 3rd trial will show what kind of person he was. If he was a good person, the primal chaos would have been a once-in-a-billion years genius. But if he was evil, the phoenix couldn't imagine the horror of the future. Brew. Yulong expected the phoenix to act ridiculous, but this was tamer than he expected. The phoenix faked a cough and said, "Ahem, 3rd trial. Corruption of the heart's flame. Starts." Yulong blinked and saw a familiar yet unfamiliar environment. He was in his house, precisely the bedroom of his first life. This is. What's this place? The phoenix uttered in confusion. The 3rd trial is detailedly constructed through the practitioner's most pleasant memories from the depths of their soul. It is exactly the same as the genuine person, item, or event, and they'll have to face it as if everything were real. A wry smile appeared on Yulong's face. He underestimated the 3rd trial. He stared at the wooden door to the living room and rotated the knob. Hayate. Sit down. We are having breakfast. An adult man sat near the dining table, enjoying a coffee while reading a newspaper. In the kitchen nearby, an adult woman prepared more breakfast. Yes, they are Yulong's parents in his first life. However, their faces appeared blurry for Yulong and the phoenix. Haha, what a dirty move. Yulong laughed loudly. What are you talking about in the morning? His father stepped off the chair and somehow had a knife in his hand. Yes, I told you to sit down. His mother also walked out of the kitchen with a knife. They stared at Yulong and stabbed him in the chest. Yulong didn't dodge and opened his arms, hugging them tightly. Blood spilled over the floor, but Yulong didn't care. Love you too. Yulong whispered emotionally. Thank you for everything. Father, mother. Goodbye. Crack. The world crumbled and was slowly replaced with an island surrounded by a blue ocean. It changed again. The phoenix was speechless. She has suspected a thing and experienced yet another surprise. Two women appeared before Yulong. One is more youthful, and the other is more mature. Yet, their facial features are blurry, just like his parents. Hayate-kun. Hayate. They called him over. Yulong's chest trembled, feeling Kaiju Maker activate upon seeing them. The world suddenly trembled as the ocean around the island rose, revealing several gigantic creatures. The vast ocean slowly filled with them. A simultaneous roar deafened Yulong's ears. These creatures are. The phoenix's eyes trembled in fear. She could feel enormous energy from each of them. And she couldn't see the end of them in this vast ocean. Every kaiju roared to the phoenix. Phoenix's residual soul was struck by a wisp of Kaiju Maker's original power as her mind received a remembrance of thousands of kaiju. Fear. Excitement. Hope. And eventually, sadness. Phoenix's eyes fluttered at the figure of a man resembling Yulong. He ascended to the vast sky and faced the great calamity, sacrificing himself for the greater good. Ah! How noble! The phoenix was unfortunately unable to produce tears, but she felt utterly devastated and touched. No wonder his soul is so beautiful. She cried silently. Meanwhile, Yulong gazed at two women. His memory of the past life is incomplete. Yet he felt an unbearable intimacy with them. Yulong felt tears running from his eyes, his heart pounding excitedly. Something tells him to run and hug them. And he did. As Yulong embraced the two women, they also hugged him. They kissed Yulong, giving him a warmth he had forgotten. We miss you. The youthful woman whispered. I miss you too. Yulong replied. I wish we could fall in love, marry, grow older, and watch our kids. The mature woman regretfully added. Yes, Yulong nodded rapidly. When I am strong enough, I'd find you too. We will wait. They responded immediately. Half of the world shattered again and revealed Yu clan's courtyard. Yulong's parents, Uxin and Yuzhan, appeared. Not long after, Xia Qingyu, Lily, Hongguan, and many others also appeared. As Kaiju Maker, Yulong won't make a connection easily with others. However, in just 10 years, so many people hold a dear in his heart. Yes, more than in his previous life. Go. Don't forget about us, Hayate. Yulong felt a push from the back. Yes, this is his new life. The new beginning. He should cherish it but not forget his past either. Yulong strode forward confidently and entered the new world. I'm back. Welcome back. Yulong. Young Master. Lord Shadow. Big Brother. The third trial finally stopped. Everything returned to the confined space of the second trial as the phoenix also appeared. She appeared as a small fiery bird now. Yulong released a sigh of relief and patted his chest. He closed his eyes, everything felt so much better now. The phoenix opened her beak. Congratulations, you have passed the phoenix trial, Kaiju Maker. Yeah, thanks. Yulong wasn't surprised the phoenix knew about the Kaiju Maker now. After all, she also oversaw his memories. The phoenix shook her head gently and returned. I felt satisfied enough that my trials helped you relieve all those stresses. No, you're a noble one. I felt honored someone like you undergoes my trials. Her words are thoroughly filled with flattery. Yu Long felt it was weird. As if she were reading Yu Long's expression, the phoenix laughed and added, I will give you all the phoenix's blood left, 3 divine phoenix pellets. Sadly, the profound arts, world ode of the phoenix I was about to bestow is incomplete. It's all right. Better than nothing. Yu Long shrugged casually. No. The phoenix panicked. I felt ashamed by the lack of rewards of my trials. That's why I would give you my soul essence and origin energy. Oh okay. Yu Long was speechless. Chill, don't act so gloomy. The phoenix opened her beak but closed it again after a few seconds. Do you want to listen to my story? It's not long, but it would explain the origin of this trial ground. Yu Long smiled, I'm all ears. The phoenix's eyes lit up in joy as she recalled the history of the phoenix trial grounds in the blue polar star. The phoenix was friends with the evil god. She left behind 2 trial grounds on this planet, precisely the profound sky continent. One is in the now called Divine Phoenix Empire, and the other is here. There used to be 2 residual souls of the primordial phoenix, but one was suddenly corrupted by its inheritor's feelings. That residual soul developed its own independent consciousness that it shouldn't have, starting to cause more destruction on this land. After so many years, that residual soul finally decided to attack her, the other half. They fought fiercely and destroyed each other's foundations. The world ode of the phoenix's profound art needed to train the phoenix's bloodline. The corrupted residual got the first 4 parts. She, who stays in the phoenix clan's trial ground, decides to fake her death, retaining the 5th and 6th parts of the world ode of the phoenix while hiding here. That's why I couldn't impart the complete version of the world ode of the phoenix. The phoenix breathed out in melancholy. Yu Long frowned and questioned, there must be a reason why you tell me this story, right? Haha. A nervous laugh escaped the phoenix's beak. As the phoenix, I can't stand my other half's action. That's why I must fix it. Kaiju Maker, Yu Long. The phoenix wishfully stared at Yu Long's golden eyes. Can you make me yours? Pardon. Yu Long tilted his head. Make me yours. I know you can, with the Kaiju Maker. Wait, don't tell me. Yu Long narrowed his eyes. Yes, you know what I'm saying. Make me yours, turn me. The phoenix's eyes gleamed in frenzied longing. Turn me into your kaiju. Chapter 35, Third Kaiju. Chapter 34 Turn me into your kaiju. The phoenix said longingly. Yu Long was actually caught off guard. He didn't expect the residual soul of the phoenix to have such desire. Then, again, Yu Long could understand her way of thinking. To her, Kaiju Maker is a new path to live on. After passing the phoenix legacy to Yu Long, the residual soul wouldn't have enough power to survive. She's on her last breath if we use a more common term. Yu Long sighed and answered, even if you want to become my kaiju, I'm on the level where I can crystallize your residual soul. I'm limited to a more organic matter currently. I know. The phoenix replied calmly. Your mastery Kaiju Maker is based on your soul's strength. The more your soul recovers from the exhaustion of reincarnation, the stronger Kaiju Maker will be. I was once part of the true primordial phoenix. Her soul is exceedingly strong, allowing us to revive from ashes through nirvana. Our body changed, but our soul stayed the same. That's why by absorbing my soul's essence, your soul will be much stronger than now. The phoenix added. It would also recover a part of your past life's memory. Yu Long frowned as he asked, how did you know so much about Kaiju Maker? I thought you could only see what I experienced. Indeed. The phoenix nodded her head. However, your Kaiju Maker seemed to have its innate spirit and showed me something incredible. It wants me to help you. Please, honored one. You know how desperate I am. Are you sure? Yu Long asked for the last time. He wanted to see just how determined the residual soul of the phoenix was. 100%. The phoenix responded in a beat. There is no hint of hesitation. Yu Long sat down and waved his hand. Give me the phoenix's origin blood first. Right away. The phoenix released a small yet excited cry, summoning 22 drops of blood from thin air. The scarlet blood contained such a strong vitality and a dense divine aura, making Yu Kong frown slightly. Yu Long picked the jade bottle with the purified phoenix's bloodline he got from Feng Beishuan. He compared the two bloods and groaned, I see what I'm lacking now. The phoenix's origin blood doesn't just carry her ability, but also the original phoenix god's essence and condensed law of fire, right? The phoenix blinked in surprise. How did you know? Just a casual guess. Yu Long lamented, thinking his purified version was inferior. However, he realized that Feng Beishuan's bloodline had long been diluted over 1,000 years. It was a miracle the Phoenix clan could still maintain such a strong vitality until now. Just a casual guess. I don't think so. The Phoenix giggled in amusement. The Phoenix has witnessed and even experienced what Kaiju Maker is capable of, so she couldn't align Yu Long's feet with common sense. Just an hour ago, the Phoenix was shocked by the young mortal's heaven-defying action. He broke the curse she placed on the Phoenix clan's bloodline. He cracked the restriction placed by the evil god on his fire seed. He used light profound art and darkness profound art, even training them simultaneously. And lastly, he was a reincarnated person. The Phoenix was fascinated like a charming young lady outside her trial ground. No, enlightened would be more fitting for the Phoenix's situation. Yu Long controlled the 22 drops of true Phoenix blood with Yum's psychic force and drew it close to his body. He adjusted his body and mumbled, give me the world ode of the Phoenix as well. I'll absorb the blood while learning it. Yeah? Okay. The Phoenix summoned a jade slab and gently placed it on Yu Long's lap. Cultivating the world ode of the Phoenix might be hard, as it only has the latter parts. Don't worry. As long as I know the activation patterns, I can trace the world ode of the Phoenix back to its origin. Yu Long confidently grinned at the Phoenix. I might even get the true complete version of the technique. The Phoenix. It seems she was still underestimating Yu Long's prowess. Wait, a question suddenly struck her mind. Are you perhaps getting an inheritance left behind by God and the devil race? I've seen you using both profound strengths earlier. Yu Long patted his chin thoughtfully. You mean Art of Ghost and Art of Violet Mist? No, I created them myself because mastering yin, darkness, and yang, light, sounds cool. Also, having both fundamental elements as the base will lay a perfect starting foundation for my future. Why you created them? The Phoenix was too stunned to speak after that. Who thought of creating and mastering orthodox and unorthodox paths because it was cool? The more she talked with the Kaiju Maker himself, the more she questioned her reality. If only the Phoenix knew Yu Long has a thick list of arts series in the Yu clan in the back of his mind. One might wonder just what kind of shocked expression she had. Yu Long furrowed his brows as he activated Thought Acceleration and Kaiju Maker at the same time. He absorbed the Phoenix origin blood in a matter of a second and sorted the information about the world ode of the Phoenix. A scarlet phoenix mark appears on Yu Long's forehead, but Yu Long doesn't pay much attention to it. Several profound arts in his head are compatible with the world ode of the Phoenix. One is with wood attribute, and the other is wind attribute. Now that Yu Long thought about it, wood attribute is very rare. As far as Yu Long knew, only the elven race, or its branch called wood spirit race, have an innate affinity with wood, plant, attribute. Yu Long didn't count his and Lily's grass dragon's bloodline and aspect as it was self-created by him. Phoenix, you didn't mind if I modified the world ode of the Phoenix slightly, right? What? The Phoenix was confused. Haha, I take that as a yes. Yu Long's laugh echoed in the confined space. He closed his eyes and pulled out some parts of Art of Wood and Art of Wind to improve the world ode of the Phoenix. Yu Long breathed in, converting his vitality into wood element and wind element with the help of grass and gale dragon's altered bloodline. Wood and wind energy generated slowly, flowing in Yulong's profound veins. After that, a spark appeared on its abdomen and was magnified by the wood-wind energy, becoming bigger and bigger. Yulong could feel a new aspect growing inside him. No, it's not just one, but 3 aspects. Wood Phoenix aspect. Wind Phoenix aspect. True Phoenix aspect. Yulong also could combine these aspects and created Ascended Phoenix aspect. And done. Yulong clasped his hand, spreading ashes everywhere. The ashes combusted, and a gust of wind carried its force upward, causing the fiery bird to appear. The phoenix. Unbelievable. He successfully modified the profound art tailor-made by Phoenix for her bloodline. Numbness is all the Phoenix could feel at the moment. Yes, too many shocks in less than 2 hours. Next step, your origin energy and soul. Yulong opened his eyes, revealing a majestic pair of golden eyes. Unlike his usual golden eyes, there are fiery feelings in them now. At the same, I'll also begin your transformation into a kaiju. Finally, I can't wait. The phoenix immediately forgot her disbelief in Yulong's action and approached him with her spirit body hurriedly. Their heads met with each other, releasing a dim golden light. The phoenix's origin energy and soul transferred to Yulong gradually as her spirit body became fainter each second. After my revival, our status will be different. The phoenix smiled at him. So, please take care of me well. Dear Master. Yulong, immersed in the sensation of Kaiju Maker, becomes more powerful. It's also easier to control now with less energy consumption and mental toll. Entering the inner world, Yulong was instantly greeted by his first and second kaiju. Nyuu. Wabi jiggled its body like usual. My lord. Yum respectfully welcomed him. Yulong smiled at them and said, it seems we are going to make another comrade earlier than I expected. Nyuu. Wabi was excited. Tell me it's slime. Tell me it's slime. No, Wabi. It's not a slime. Yulong helplessly responded. I don't want to disgrace the phoenix by turning her into a slime. Although it would be hilarious. Phoenix, so fire and bird. Yum has a bad taste in her mouth. As an insect-based kaiju, I have natural opposition against the phoenix, but if my lord said so, there is nothing I could do. I haven't even started the process. Yulong stared at his kaiju with a stunned expression. Nyuu. Wabi waved its water tentacle and waited from afar. As a water-based kaiju, it finally realizes the phoenix's threat. Too late, little guy. Yulong shook his head and created a small whirlwind, crystallizing the residual soul of the phoenix. A deep, scarlet-colored sphere appeared in Yulong's hand. It might be a residual soul, but it's much more potent than any essence sphere he had. The phoenix is a sacred creature. A low-leveled essence sphere won't bring the kaiju's potential out. What Yulong needed was the best of the best. Yes, essence spheres with similar origins and compatible power. Yum, take some from the 5th pile. And 2 from the 8th pile. The best grade you could find. Okay, my lord. Yum used her psychic force and brought several essence spheres for Yulong. Yulong sorted the essence spheres one by one before finalizing 10 essence spheres from rare or maybe only one he had in the stash. These essence spheres are so rare that Yulong didn't think he could get them more anytime soon. Well, let's see what kind of kaiju you'd be, Phoenix. Yulong shouted in anticipation. The 11 spheres merged slowly and caused a storm in the inner world, shaking the clouds away. Yum created a shield around Yulong, Wabi, and herself. A bright green light erupted, followed by a cry of a phoenix. Yulong looked up and saw a massive emerald crystal-like egg appear from the merge of high-quality essence spheres. The emerald egg cracked, releasing a brighter green ray. Boom! An explosion occurred and washed the cloud away. A silhouette of a great bird gradually emerged. Its body is over 20 meters with a wingspan of thrice that. 2 pairs of wings unfurled from its back, and one set is much bigger than the other. Emerald-like feathers covered its body, making the creature look utterly beautiful. Its jade-like tail separated into 3 long waves, swaying hypnotically. Its beak is a deeper shade of emerald, spewing golden-green flame. Above it is a pair of gentle yet profound yellowish scarlet eyes. At the top of its head is a majestic 9-pronged crown of gorgeous pure emerald. Ka! Phoenix's cry blasted heaven and earth. A new ruler of the sky has been born. Yulong sighed in relief, "Welcome back, Phoenix." "No, it's awkward to call you that. From now on, you're Yuan." Chapter 36, Spiritual Emerald Phoenix. Chapter 35 The newly born phoenix let out an excited cry. She has never felt so liberated in her life. She was supposed to die, rotting in eternal limbo. As a residual soul of the true primordial phoenix, she accepted her fate already. Until today, that is. As if hope descended from heaven, the Kaiju Maker appeared. He, the honored one, carried the power to give her a second chance. A brand new sensation or connection linked the phoenix with her lord, which feels magnificent. The euphoria she felt at the thought of serving Yulong is endless. If she was lucky enough, she might become one with him someday. After relishing her birth as a kaiju, the phoenix turned around and flapped her wings to Yulong. She hovered gently before him, lowering her head respectfully. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for making me yours. I will do my best to satisfy you until death do us part," the phoenix said with a dreamy look. "Hold up, why did it sound like marriage's vow?" Yulong shook his head gently and smiled, "Calling you just phoenix won't cut it anymore. From now on, you're Yuan." "Yuan? Yuan?" A smile formed on the phoenix's birdie face. A surge of excitement and happiness flowed in her veins. She flapped her wings faster and replied, "Ah, I have never felt so happy." Yulong ignored Yuan's infatuated expression as he knew the third kaiju hadn't settled down. After all, this was his first attempt at crystallizing a residual soul and turning it into a kaiju. Checking Yuan's status, Yulong was surprised. Damn! Kaiju number 3. Species, Spiritual Emerald Phoenix. Grade, S+. Abilities, Primordial Phoenix's Soul, God's Spiritual Imprint, Goddess of Fire, 3 Elements Origins, Wind, Earth and Fire, Mutated Phoenix's Flame, Queen of the Underground, Lord of the Sky, Treasure Hunting, Transformation, True Nirvana. Yuan is Yulong's first ever S-grade kaiju. She possessed 10 freaking abilities. 5 from the residual soul are the Primordial Phoenix's Soul, Goddess of Fire, Mutated Phoenix's Flame, Transformation and True Nirvana. The other 5 are from the essence spheres Yulong picked. However, he didn't expect her to be this good. It seems Yulong still underestimated the power of the primordial god in this world. Even the residual soul of the primordial phoenix possesses such a potential. Of course, this was possible because of Yulong's Kaiju Maker. "Yuan, can you transform?" Yulong asked curiously. "Right away, Master." Yuan responded, recalling the emerald radiance back to her body. Her massive body slowly became smaller as her energy concentrated into a new form. A stunning, beautiful lady appeared. Her long emerald green hair was gently draped behind her head. Her eyes were yellowish-red, and her figure was long and slender, covered by a long light green dress that brought out that alluring body. She had snowy white hands and 4 wings that seemed sculpted from jewels and gems extended from behind her back like a coat. They covered her nice E-cup breast, supporting that heaviness. Every single feather on her wings was dazzling and eye-catching. Those brilliant and vivid green colors were completely filled with life energy and all that made her seem like a moving and enchanting goddess. A literal jade beauty, if you get what I'm saying. Yu Long swallowed her saliva instinctively. Phuc, this is just like Hongguan all over again. Why the hell women in the cultivation world are so damn beautiful? Yu Long was sure his standards were high, but ripe women like Hongguan and Yuan were something else. One is a dragoness. Meanwhile, the other is a literal kaiju phoenix. Yu Long realizes his tastes become more diverse. He cleared his throat and asked, how long can you maintain this form? Theoretically speaking, as long as I want, Master, Yuan answered immediately. With my three elements origins, I can recover energy by absorbing the surrounding elemental energy and maintain this form forever. Even my goddess of fire is enough to supply the energy. I see. In a way, you don't need sustenance from me anymore. Yu Long nodded in satisfaction. Yuan's eyes widened as she hurriedly returned, although I don't need sustenance, I'd like Master to feed me some essence spheres for my future growth. Of course, this is just my humble request. You know that with your grades, even a middle-grade essence sphere won't bring out your potential, right? Yu Long was speechless. Yuan looked up pleadingly as if she was a dog who hadn't eaten for weeks. Yu Long's eyebrows twitched. Fine. I'll give you a high-quality essence sphere once every 3 days. Thank you, Master. Yuan let out a happy squeal. Not so quick, Yuan. Yu Long sighed helplessly. At the same time, I also want you to bring more resources into the team. Your Queen of the Underground can detect minerals, so it would be nice if you bring me rare ones. Since this planet was actually made by the evil god, there must be hidden minerals untouched below the ground. And if possible, I want you to hunt profound beasts with rare abilities for me. Yuan aims to please Master's request, Yuan responded eloquently. Good. Yu Long rubbed the humanoid kaiju's head. Let's get out of this place first. Yu Long opened his eyes to the real world and saw Yuan appear beside him. He then realized something. What happens to this trial ground when you are gone? It's up to you, Master, Yuan answered calmly. What used to be mine is yours now. The trial ground would still function well if someone could control the arrays behind it. As for the reward, I believe you have something in your mind. Yu Long rubbed his chin. Reward? Hey. This is going to be tough. I can't decide for now. Well, I don't want to change Phoenix legacy, so I'll leave behind a few drops of Phoenix's origin blood and a complete version of the World Ode of the Phoenix later. Not the modified one. Yuan blinked her eyes. Yu Long chuckled, do you think the Phoenix clan could cultivate the World Ode of the Phoenix that I have modified? Beside me, only one person could comfortably do it. Oh. Yuan was intrigued. And that person is? My adorable sister and follower, Xia Qingyu. Yu Long and Yuan get out of the trial space. Yu Long, young master, benefactor Yu. A collective shouts greeted him. Yu Long laughed and replied, haha, I'm back. How was it, the trials? Xia Qingyu was the first to ask, causing Hongguan to click her tongue. This woman. Hongguan frowned after sensing Yuan's presence. Yuan also noticed Hongguan's gaze, and she politely smiled at her. So pretty. Lily stared at Yuan's emerald dress. On the other hand, Feng Beishuan froze on the spot when seeing Yuan as if he met with the Phoenix god herself. As Yu Long answered Xia Qingyu's question, the latter's eyes lit up in delight. By the way, in the third trial, you'll experience someone you loved stabbing you. Yu Long mentioned it casually. And you're there too. Yet. Someone you loved. Xia Qingyu blushed, but then she digested the latter part. Her face paled as she hugged Yu Long. I promise I won't ever do something like that to you, big brother Yu Long. Yu Long caressed Xia Qingyu's hair and reassured her, don't worry. It was just an illusion. I know my Qingyu won't do something bad like that. Xia Qingyu put on a determined look. She'd rather die than hurt Yu Long. She glanced at Yuan and blinked a few times. This woman, her soul is connected to Yulong's soul. Xia Qingye was stunned. Who is she? Feeling the gazes, Yuan asked Yulong for permission to introduce herself. And Yulong permitted her. Yuan bowed slightly and introduced herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Yuan. I was also known as the Phoenix God. At the moment, I'm just a humble servant of Master Yulong. What? Feng Beishuan fell on his butt. It was unbelievable. Are you really the Phoenix God? He trembled, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Yuan nodded. I was only a residual soul left behind by the true primordial phoenix. On the verge of dying, Master Yulong revived me anew. Well, there is an easy way to confirm this. Yuan lifted her hand and summoned Phoenix Flame. A burst of scarlet flame appeared and increased the temperature in the room. Feng Beishuan greets the Phoenix God. Feng Beishuan fixed his posture and kowtow immediately. Phoenix Clan. You guys have suffered so much. Ha, I'm sorry for my negligence. Yuan lowered her head in shame. No, no, no. Please don't lower your head, Phoenix God. Feng Beishuan hurriedly said. I just hope you forgive my ancestors' sin. This. I've long forgiven Feng Keimei. Yuan returned sadly. Yet, at that time, my other half forced me to hide here. If I ever showed myself, I'm afraid this trial ground and even the Phoenix clan ceased to exist. Once again, I'm very sorry. Thankfully, we have Master Yulong now. She continued solemnly. If you want the Phoenix clan to prosper, following Master Yulong will be a wise choice. Benefactor Yu, I agree with your proposal earlier. The Phoenix God has already given her wisdom. As the Phoenix clan's leader, I must follow her advice. Feng Beishuan cupped his hand to Yulong. Yulong didn't know it was this easy. When you have a worshipped God on your side, achieving something like this is effortless. Alright, let's discuss this matter later. And yet, Yuan broke the Phoenix clan's curse. I'm still tired after helping you. Yulong waved his hand lazily. Yuan knew using Kaiju Maker was exhausting for Yulong, especially to create her, so she replied steadily, leave it to me, master. Growl. A growling noise echoed in the room. Everyone stared at Yulong. Haha, I'm also hungry. Yulong laughed shamelessly. Let's eat something first. Lily, bring out the bovine's meat. We are going to have a barbecue. Yay! Xia Qingye pumped her little fist. Barbecue. Chapter 37, Yuan's Continuous Shock. Chapter 36 After releasing the curse of the Phoenix clan, everyone enjoyed the barbecue of wild bovine meats. This is. Yuan has an awkward expression on her face. Although she wished the best for Yulong, his actions sometimes are questionable. Why so? In the Phoenix clan's open yard, a large iron pan was directly used to sear several cuts of meat. You might think there is a large fire beneath the iron pan, but no. There is no single spark. Yuan looked at the red rock below the iron pan and mumbled, using evil god's fire seed as the heat source to roast some meats. Master even added some weakening arrays, so the fire of law within the fire seed didn't burn everything. I don't know if I should be impressed or not. I couldn't imagine anyone to have such a creative idea besides Master himself. She giggled amusingly. Yulong gobbled a plate full of roasted meat. He glanced at Yuan and commented, what are you staring at? Sit down and enjoy a meal with everyone. Then, pardon my intrusion. Yuan won't be awkward and sits beside Yulong. As Yulong enjoyed his food, he sometimes observed Yuyan's body and marveled at her beauty. He also discovered her energy level was at the peak of the mortal realm. The peak of the mortal realm is the 10th level of the sovereign profound realm. It was unbelievable, but recalling the power of Phoenix God's residual soul to survive this long, Yu Long thought it was normal. Yuan, I believe since you have transformed into human form, you also developed profound veins, no? My other kaiju haven't unlocked their humanoid transformation yet. Yes, Yuan answered honestly. It is all thanks to the master's help. Stop with the flattery. Yu Long rolled his eyes. Yuan smiled and added, my cultivation is at the peak of mortal realm. It could be higher by accumulating more natural energy, but master doesn't seem to show much interest in cultivation base. That's where you are wrong. Yu Long denied while wiping his mouth. I'm very interested in the cultivation path of this world. I don't aggressively increase my cultivation base because I like to grasp every realm's fundamentals and purpose. Given my research, I already discovered the secret behind elementary and nascent profound realm. How perceptive! Yuan nodded in understanding. The people of this era are really lacking compared to you, master. The foundation is trash. And their understanding is shallower than muddy puddles. Like I said, stop with the flattery. Yu Long sighed, flicking the bird kaiju's forehead. Yuan didn't dodge and wholeheartedly accepted the flick. Ahn. Thanks for the punishment, master. Yu Long stared at her blankly. Get the hell out of here. Yes, master. Yuan walked around the Phoenix clan and stalked Yu Long's companions. She started with Xia Qingyu and was immediately baffled. Xia Qingyu sat down not far from Yu Long, enjoying her barbecue with him. She has a happy expression on her face, definitely having a feeling for the master. To think Blue Pole Star would give birth to a gifted young girl with 2 cheat-like innate talents. 9 profound exquisite body. And heart of snow-glazed glass. Yuan chuckled, no wonder master said there is another person who could cultivate the modified world ode of the Phoenix. With 9 profound exquisite body, she could cultivate any profound words without backlash. Yuan changed her target to Lily, seeing the bright-looking maid from afar. Lily flipped barbecued meats over the iron pan and shared them with the Phoenix clan's members. Sometimes, she'd taste the barbecue herself and put on a delightful look. Yuan's eyes blinked as she discovered unknown draconic bloodlines from Lily's body. She tilted her head and frowned, what are these bloodlines? They are called altered bloodlines. Someone commented casually behind Yuan. Yuan's pupils constricted as she turned around and saw Hongguan leaning on a tree with a plate in her hand. Altered bloodline? I've never heard such a term before. The Phoenix retorted. Hongguan retorted, of course, it didn't exist before. Young Master Yu Long discovered them a while ago. You're kidding. Yuan doubtfully stared at the crimson-haired woman. Hongguan closed her eyes and activated Yin Dragon's bloodline in her body. The darkness enveloped her slowly, shocking the Phoenix. Retracting the darkness back, Hongguan opened her eyes and added, altered bloodline is just one of many things young Master Yu Long discovered. Since you are a young master's servant just like me, I don't mind telling you early. Beside altered bloodline, young Master Yu Long also developed profound patterns, aspects, and incarnations. These fields of profound ways are new. You won't get any similar for the next 6 years when the young master's plan is ripe enough. Yuan listened to Hongguan's explanation and was speechless the whole time. After acknowledging that Yuan underestimated her master's prowess, another reality check smacked her face. Let's not even talk about the profound aspects and incarnations first. The discovery of profound patterns is enough to shock Yuan to the very core. God and devil races waged a war against each other to understand the primal chaos, but 7-year-old Yu Long discovered this secret more than them. Yuan felt her Phoenix legacy wasn't that great anymore. After all, Yu Long has thousands of profound arts with exceptional development. The only worth I have is being a good pet and servant. Yuan ridiculed herself. Hongguan noticed Yuan's expression and commented, don't make that face. Young master isn't the type of a person that sees the people close to him with numbers. He likes our company but can't convey it well. I see. Yuan sighed in relief. But then, Yuan realized that only she knew about Yulong's past life. Wait, she actually has an advantage over other servants. What Yulong needed was a good listener. He must feel frustrated with no one to convey his feelings. Yuan stared at Yulong's back and vowed, "Don't worry, master. Yuan will be a good kaiju and servant for you." Yulong felt a chill on his spine and grumbled. Something horrible was about to happen, but he didn't know what it was. The day continues gradually as Yulong shares the world ode of the Phoenix with the Phoenix clan. It was the interpreted version that Yulong fixed with his understanding of fire-based profound arts. It alone is stronger than the world ode of the Phoenix that the Divine Phoenix Empire had. Besides that, Yulong does more research on Phoenix aspects and cultivates diligently. They stayed in the Phoenix clan for 2 more weeks before a group of shadow agents from the Shadow Realm came to protect this place. The Phoenix clan is still too weak, but Yulong was confident they could become strong in a few years. When the original plot started, Yulong would have another army of elites under his control. Today is the day Yulong and his companions return to the Yu clan. They have gained enough in this journey. Even Xia Qingyu, who wanted to go on this journey, was satisfied by the place Yulong chose. She couldn't help but wonder how he knew about this remote location. She encountered many bizarre things on this journey and liked them. On top of all, Xia Qingyu finally found a clue about the realm of gods her mother talked about that day. "Sister Yan, you're telling the truth about the realm of God, right?" Xia Qingyu confirmed again. A wry smile appeared on Yuan's beautiful face as this was the 1000th time Xia Qingyu asked this question. This seemingly innocent, cute, and charming young lady has such a deep interest in the realm of gods. "Yes. I'm telling the truth. You should be able to tell if I lied or not." Yuan narrowed her eyes, poking Xia Qingyu about the heart of snow-glazed glass. Xia Qingyu smiled and returned, "I just want to hear your answer." Yulong received a bow from the Phoenix clan's members as they stared at him with teary red eyes. "Thank you for everything, benefactor Yu." Feng Beishuan cupped his hand firmly. "Without you, we will continue to suffer for years. You've given us great hope. From now on, the Phoenix clan will be yours. We will try our best to satisfy your orders." "Well." Yulong smiled at them. "Train well. Give me a surprise the next time we meet." "Yes." The Phoenix clan responded with determination. Even the young kids gazed at Yulong with admiration. Then, "See you later." Yulong waved his hand and disappeared with a gust of wind. On the horizon, Yuan returned to her kaiju form. And everyone rode her back. Yuan spread her wide emerald-like feathered wings, making Xia Qingyu and Lily's eyes shine. "Whoa, so sparkly." Xia Qingyu touched one of the feathers gently. Meanwhile, Lily rubbed the feather and mumbled, "I wonder how much this would be worth in the market." "Lily, your greediness is showing." Yulong gave the maid a questionable gaze. "It's young master's fault." Lily pouted, placing her hands on the hip. "How could it be my fault?" Yulong was actually taken aback by her response. The maid scrunched her nose and added, "It's because you didn't pay me enough." Xia Qingyu. Hong Guan. Yulong. But master gave you several good things, no? Like altered bloodlines and profound aspects." Yuan commented. "That's true." Lily nodded solemnly. "However, those things won't allow me to buy new clothes." The corner of Yulong's mouth twitched as he said, "Then, you should ask my mother for a raise, not me. She was the one who employed you." "Wait, you're a fucking Shadow's maiden. The Shadow Realm should give you enough money." "Acknowledge." Lily froze awkwardly. She rocked her head away and whistled, "Hee, that doesn't count." "Don't count your head." Yulong flicked Lily's forehead. "Woo, woo. Young master is bullying me again." "You deserve it, Lily." Xia Qingyu remarked. "Yes, you deserve it." Hong Guan agrees with Xia Qingyu. anyway. Yulong patted Yuan's back. Yuan, show me how fast you are. Right away, master. Yuan stretched her wings and flapped them, driving past the clouds. A beautiful green cloud sliced the horizon, creating a beautiful aurora. 1 year later. Drifting River City, Yu Clan. A golden-eyed youth woke up drowsily. He yawned and saw 4 beautiful ladies on his bed. Haha, any man would be jealous. He chuckled. Chapter 38, Qualitative Changes, More Kaiju. Chapter 37 1 year has passed. After returning from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the Phoenix clan. Many things have happened. First, the Shadow Realm expanded its force outside the Blue Wind Empire more actively this year. They have successfully made branches on every empire in the Profound Sky continent and controlled the economy from the shadow. Yes, this includes the Divine Phoenix Empire. On the other hand, the control Yulong has over Blue North County is completely absolute. No one knows besides his trustworthy people. In this Blue North domain, the Shadow Realm is the strongest. Yulong only has to utter a word, and something insane will happen immediately. Even then, Hongguan is usually the one who takes control of these matters. She recently cut the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress's business and made them lose 10 years of income. They would never recover from it. The Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress will experience accidents from time to time when their bomb-making session fails due to Gunpowder's blunder and kills their own disciples. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yulong. The once mighty sect in the Blue North County is a joke now. Their recruitment plummeted rapidly. They might not even recruit any disciples this year. However, this isn't enough suffering. Hongguan has told Yulong to leave the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress to her. Yulong agreed, but he'd join the fun soon. After all, there was 1 more year before the Scarlet Dragon woke up and razzied the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress to the ground. Well, let's stop with mundane things. Yulong researched more about primordial energy because he had Yuan now. He has some successful outcomes but also failures. Yuan told him what lacking isn't Yulong. The world around them is the problem. The era of gods has ended, indicating any primordial life form couldn't continue to live. There might be some cases, but those are very rare and extreme. Still, Yulong found a way to generate primordial energy after thinking about it deeply. Surprisingly, it was Xia Qingyu who gave him the idea. Xia Qingyu suggested using another world. Yes, a world that could accommodate primordial energy. With that in mind, Yulong modified his inner world to generate primordial energy by tracing Xia Qingyu's innate physique as she was actually once incubated inside a divine stainless body. It was a huge success. Primordial energy is a higher and purer version of the profound energy that everyone uses. Not only does this force strengthen everything, but it also bestows additional benefits such as immortality. It's not true immortality, but old age won't be a problem anymore. Primordial energy is also godly for nurturing kaiju. Why so? Yulong infused Wabi and Yum with primordial energy daily for a week, and they evolved. Wabi turned into mutated Slime King, becoming a end-grade kaiju. It gained 1 more ability called the Great Water Domain. Yum evolved into the Desolate Bite Queen Butterfly, entering S-grade just like Yuan. However, she only obtained 2 new abilities called Dream Domain and Transformation. In her new form, Yum is a young girl around the age of Xia Qingyu. She had flowing, soft black hair and wore a tight black suit with a maroon-colored cheongsam above it. After Yum gained this ability, Yulong confirmed that kaiju could get human transformation when reaching S-grade. Unless he added transformation ability when creating them, that is. Yum also developed profound veins, allowing her to cultivate a profound way. In the past, she could control earth profound beasts easily, and now even the Emperor Profound Beast is a shrimp in front of her psychic force. If Yum tried her best, the Sovereign Profound Realm would have a hard time, but that doesn't mean she could defeat them. Yum and Yuin fought each other several times, but the latter always won. Yuin commented that Yum lacks an understanding of her given abilities. Well, Yum is only 1 year old, so it's understandable. Now that Yulong has synthesized primordial energy, he can explore Kaiju Maker more. In just this year alone, Yulong has made 3 more Kaiju. He could create more, but the amount of primordial energy he can produce is limited. 4 months is the time he needed to condense a ball-sized primordial energy. Kaiju number 4. Species, Spirit of Mountains. Grade, S. Abilities, Heart of the Mountains, Ultimate Defense, Earth Shaker, Gravity Control, Eruption, Absolute Sleep, Rock Movements, Stone Warrior's Creation, Transformation. Given name, Tanky. Kaiju number 5. Species, Wolf Dragon Commander. Grade, S. Abilities, Thunderer's War Beast, Extreme Movement, Thundercloud's Caller, Wolf Dragon's Howling Charge, Giant Predator, Dragon's Fear, Emotion Rod, Transformation. Given name, Shogra. Kaiju number 6. Species, Ghostly Living Armor. Grade, S. Abilities, Armor Generation, Extreme Fortification, Cloning, Ghost Flame, Adamantite Quality, Darkness Control, Immortal Body, Transformation. Given name, Mori. Tanky, Shogra, and Mori are Yulong's new Kaiju. They are the guardians of Yulong's faction. Tanky has replaced the drifting Cloud Mountain Range, several 100,000 kilometers long, and acted as an impregnable fortress for Yu-Clan and Shadow Realm's main base. Although Tanky's body is extremely massive, he can still move with gravity but prefers to sleep and save his stamina. Shogra is the executioner in the Blue County North. Many legends about a massive wolf creating thunderclouds and killing anyone with ill intentions appeared once in a while because of her. And lastly, Mori. If Tanky is the fortress and the Shogra is the executioner, then Mori is the life guardian of the Shadow Realm. Mori could create millions of armor with enough materials, lowering the death rate among the Shadow agents. Yulong created Mori with the crystallization of a kindred soul. That soul originated from a dying female Shadow agent who wished nothing but to protect her fellow comrade. Yulong respected her wish and gave her a second chance to live. Thus, Ghostly Living Armor was originally created. Mori is the second Kaiju created from a soul, with Yuin being the first. Until now, the 3 guardians have improved the livelihood of Yulong's faction. Drifting River City, Yu-Clan. In a spacious bedroom, a black-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. He yawned drowsily, seeing 4 beautiful ladies sprawled over his king-sized bed. Haha, any man would be jealous. Yulong chuckled helplessly. Well, I'm living a good life. The 4 beautiful ladies are Xia Qingyu, Hongguan, Lily, and Yuan. It started a couple of months ago. Lily sleepwalked like usual and intruded on Yulong's bedroom, crawling onto his bed. Not to mention, Lily was a nudist when she found a comfortable sleeping space. Yulong has warned Lily to stop doing this several times, but it doesn't solve anything. So, she gained a pass to his bedroom. Xia Qingyu, Hongguan, Yuan couldn't accept this. If Lily can, then they also could sleep in his room. They left no room for negotiation as they trespassed Yulong's sacred bed zone in their sleeping gowns. At first, it was awkward. Xia Qingyu is a young girl. So, she blushed for weeks before getting comfortable enough to hug Yulong in her sleep. Weirdly, the adults don't stop her from sleeping in Yulong's bedroom. Well, as long as nothing sexual happens, it's safe. After Xia Qingyu and Lily sleep, Hongguan and Yuan tease him with their bodies. Yulong is a growing man, so their teasings affect him. It was not until the 3rd week that Yulong developed the pressure point technique and made them whimper in defeat. One touch is enough to make the Dragoness and Phoenix lose their minds in heat, admitting their wrongdoings. However, they started to enjoy his pressure point technique one day and asked to get punished. Yu Long understood Yuan because it was her nature, but Hong Guan behaved similarly, rendering him speechless. Then, he turned the table around. If they want to experience the pressure point technique, they must behave. Of course, none of these are sexual. Don't doubt Yu Long. He's an honest fellow. Bread, bread. Lily hugged a bread-shaped pillow. She wore a green sleeping robe, exposing her white flat stomach. Hong Guan wore a red silk sleeping robe, which exposed her thick white thighs. She slept soundlessly with her crimson hair scattered on the bed. Hee, master. Punish me more. Yuan is hungry for your cu. Yuan mumbled in her sleep. The horny phoenix wore a loose black sleeping robe with more open areas, enhancing her assets bravely. Yu Long's eyes twitched as he kicked the phoenix to the corner of the bed. He sighed and looked at the young girl, hugging his left arm. Unlike these ladies, Xia Qingyu sported a puppy-themed blue pajamas. It makes her look adorable, which healed Yu Long this morning. Qingyu is still the most adorable. Yu Long gently caressed Xia Qingyu's hair. After that, Yu Long left the bed and washed his face. He opened the window and stared at the sunrise. Welp, like they said. New day, new journey. Yu Long's lips curved into a smile. Chapter 39, A Year's Worth of Improvement. Chapter 38 As the sun rose to the sky, everyone in the drifting river city started doing their activities. Yu Long woke up like usual, brushing his teeth and changing into fresh clothes. He went to the profound gathering array on the cliff he usually visited to cultivate and sat down. Profound gathering array is an S-grade array. Yes, Yu Long graded them based on his understanding now. It utilizes the surrounding natural energy and refines it into the ground, strictly speaking, Tanki the living mountain range, and makes it purer as time passes. The refined energy enriched the environment, allowing for better crops and cattle. However, that's just the byproduct of the profound gathering array. The purpose of the profound gathering array is to improve the purity of the profound strength in the atmosphere, allowing the profound practitioner to grow faster. Yu Long stared at the sunrise and felt the new wave of violet qi traveling to his skin. He inhaled deeply and regulated the new profound strength in his veins. Art of violet mist generated yang, light, energy and merged it with the yin, darkness, energy Yu Long passively absorbed at night. After 10 cycles, Yu Long activated another profound art. This profound art allowed Yu Long to create a new wisp of primordial energy in his inner world. By absorbing all elements and stabilizing them with yin and yang energy and natural energy, a wisp of primordial aura will be born. The primordial aura became gas-like and slowly condensed, generating a drop of grayish-colored liquid. This liquid is unrefined primordial energy, which needs further sublimation for the new 3 months before becoming true primordial energy. One might think this process is too complex. But this is the simplest way one is ever able to replicate the wonder of the age of gods. Even Yuan, the residual soul of the primordial phoenix, praised Yu Long for achieving something she thought impossible in this era. Yu Long created this profound art with the help of Xia Qingyu and named it Summer Moon Grand Mist, referencing her name. Xia Qingyu's name means summer to collapse the moon. In truth, Yu Long has generated a decent amount of unrefined primordial energy. However, using them is a different matter. The unrefined primordial energy is dangerous for living beings. 1 drop is enough to kill a mortal due to excessive profundity. After all, primordial energy shouldn't exist in this era. The primal chaos has declined so much. Yu Long discovered this about 11 months ago when the Summer Moon Grand Mist was a prototype. Phew! Yu Long exhaled violet-colored mist from his mouth. True profound realm is one's profound energy that truly enters solidification. The effect when one uses profound skill will become much smoother and stronger. Next is the spirit profound realm. Yu Long smiled, I'm in the 10th level of the spirit profound realm. And after 8 months holding myself from the breakthrough, I've finally the spirit means. One's profound strength is revitalized, gaining innate spirit that correlates their profound arts. For example, if one cultivates a fire-based cultivation technique, their profound strength will carry a spirit of fire. Me, on the other hand, is as blank as paper. He chuckled wickedly. My spirit is constantly changing and evolving. Myriad spirit, if I had to name it. Yulong closed his eyes and activated Art of Ghost and Art of Violet Mist, breaking the flimsy barrier to enter the Earth Profound Realm. Boom! The cliff shook as Yulong's cultivation base soared rapidly. First level of the Earth Profound Realm. Second level of the Earth Profound Realm. Third level of the Earth Profound Realm. Fourth level of the Earth Profound Realm. Fifth level of the Earth Profound Realm. Sixth level of the Earth Profound Realm. Seventh level of the Earth Profound Realm. Eighth level of the Earth Profound Realm. Ninth level of the Earth Profound Realm. 10th realm of the Earth Profound Realm. Yulong pressed his finger against his chest's pressure point to seal the surging blood energy. His profound veins torn apart, burning rapidly into ashes and recovering itself a few minutes later. Let's see. He spewed a mouthful of black blood and observed the change in his body, seeing the profound veins of his act like a miniature universe now. There are 54 blinking stars, which were his profound entrances. These blinking stars constantly swallowed the energy in the atmosphere and stabilized themselves. Earth Profound Realm, my profound energy is starting to evolve in an unknown direction. After gaining the myriad spirit originated from Kaiju Maker, it became more lifelike. Yulong rubbed his chin. Yulong shrugged and sighed, deciding to wait for the secret to reveal itself. As he maintained this cultivation base, something would be more apparent sooner or later. The sun hangs in the sky, but the atmosphere is still cold. 2.5 hours passed after he woke up, meaning it was 8 a.m. now. Big brother Yulong, why didn't you wake me up? A charming voice comes from behind. Yulong smiled and turned, because you're sleeping so nicely. I didn't wake you up. Xia Qingyu has washed up and changed into her blue dress, looking cute and charming. But I want to cultivate with you. She pinched the corner of her dress. Well, don't look so sad. Yulong shook his head helplessly. Sit here. Show me how much you progress. Xia Qingyu's face lit up immediately as she sat beside Yulong and executed her profound art. A water curtain appeared and slowly spiraled from Xia Qingyu's palm to her abdomen, turning into a swimming dragon. Not long after, thunderclouds appeared and covered the swimming dragon in mist. Since Xia Qingyu is abnormal like Yulong, there aren't many limitations on her profound way. She could cultivate any cultivation technique without getting a backlash. When Xia Qingyu joined Yulong's group, she cultivated Art of Water, the basic but the most complex water-based cultivation technique in the art series. A year passed, and Xia Qingyu strengthened the Art of Water with Art of Lightning to create Ocean Quake symbol. Her cultivation is at a modest 10th level of the true profound realm. Yulong observed Xia Qingyu's Ocean Quake symbol and discovered her profound energy constantly vibrating. In the past, the vibration was slow and barely bore any result, but now even profound practitioners 3 minor realms higher than Xia Qingyu won't be able to resist it. Of course, Xia Qingyu could adjust the frequency and create many results. Nice, you have achieved the true vibration stage. Yulong praised Xia Qingyu's progress. Once you improve it once more, even a sky profound realm would have a tough time facing your attack. The seismic waves are part of nature. Any defense is futile before it. Good job. He rubbed her head gently. Xia Qingyu tilted her head and enjoyed the pats. It was so satisfying. I'm still lacking, big brother. She scrunched her little nose. Even at the true vibration stage, I can't break through your defense. Yulong smirked and teased, that's because I could nullify your tremor attacks. Maybe you should diversify your attack more. Elemental attacks aren't bad. Physical attack requires some fitness, but you should be able to do it. Xia Qingyu thought about it. Can I mimic your elemental spirit weapons? A wry smile appeared on Yu Long's face, and you immediately went to the best application possible. Hey! Xia Qingyu giggled, I mean, your elemental spirit weapons are just too versatile. With a simple wave of hand, you can create profound energies blade enhanced with elemental power and launch them at the enemy. Not only can you adjust the weapon to achieve different results, but the attacks also have a certain degree of ignoring one's defense because of the difference of profound energy's purity. It's so fearsome. Her eyes blinked like stars. Using it with my ocean quake symbol will make it even better. Understandable. Yu Long sighed in defeat. Just remember that elemental spirit weapons consume profound energy. With your current cultivation base, I don't recommend using more than 20 times. He added while placing a book on Xia Qingyu's lap. Xia Qingyu hugged Yu Long and whispered with stutters, Be big brother, I love you. She then grabbed the book and ran away like a shy bunny. Yu Long couldn't see Xia Qingyu's face, but her ears were red, probably from the embarrassment. Haha, I've truly fallen. Yu Long laughed, shaking his head weakly. After staring at the sky for a while, Yu Long stood up and returned to the Yu clan. And I love it. Chapter 40, Master Stone, and Important Guests. Chapter 39 Master, Master. Big news, big news. Yuan barged into Yu Long's room and disturbed him, who was mixing medicinal herbs with Phoenix's flame. The medicinal herbs withered and turned useless because of the excessive change in temperature. Yu Long's mouth twitched in disbelief. He was about to obtain success when this woman appeared out of nowhere and broke his focus. He sighed and burned the dead herbs into ashes. What's the matter? He stared at the green-haired beauty in annoyance. Yuan grinned and answered, I've found the minerals you wanted. Show it to me. Yu Long's eyes lit up as his mood gradually improved. Yuan lifted her palm and slowly summoned a black-colored rock with metallic properties. The rock doesn't look special at first glance. But it could hold profound aspects. Yes, you heard that right. When this seemingly useless but shiny rock is inscribed with specific arrays, it could hold profound aspects and display tremendous power. There are endless profound aspects in this world. Unfortunately, some aren't inherently meant to comprehend or merge with one's body because of their danger. Yu Long snatched the rock from Yuan's hand and observed it with a profound sense. A grin appeared on his face as one of his fingers transformed into a claw. He slashed the rock into a thumb-sized piece and began inscribing an array onto it with his finger. His movements are fast, allowing several lines of unknown words to wrap around the rock quickly. Yu Long breathed in and infused a profound aspect into the thumb-sized piece. The rock changed color from black to purple, shining with gleaming light. It does look and feels different. Yuan leaned on the table. But I couldn't tell its function, Master. Yu Long smiled and replied, I don't want to blow this place apart. Bring me to the ocean. Okay. Yuan placed her hand on Yu Long's shoulder. They swiftly traversed to the open ocean north of Blue North County. Watch this. Yu Long activated the profound aspect within the rock and threw it casually to the ocean. Yuan blinked her eyes and watched the thumb-sized rock drop into the ocean, sinking slowly. There is nothing. Before she could finish her words. Boom! A massive force exploded under the sea. A pillar of light soars to the sky, parting the ocean and revealing a massive crater. The seawater evaporated, leaving salty-tasting air for a couple of minutes. Yuan trembled in fear. Master, that was. Great explosion aspect. Yu Long answered nonchalantly. I used a time delay array on it, meaning the effect won't get triggered immediately. In the past, I experimented with my body and got my whole stomach blown up. Fortunately, I have strong regenerative ability. This aspect isn't fit for one's body, but with this rock now? Hehe, that trashy heavenly spear Thunderfire Fortress is like a joke. Yun swallowed her saliva nervously. I'm afraid that no one in the mortal realm could touch you anymore, master. That thing is straight up scary. I mean, the rock is extremely rare. You only found it after searching for 1 year. Yulong countered. The rock's size also needs to be adjusted based on the profound aspects added. If I cut that thumb-sized rock into half, I could only add explosion aspect. If I further slice it into 2 again, I could only add small explosion aspect. Of course, we can also look at it from another viewpoint. Instead of a weapon of mass destruction, we can embed this rock into an artifact and add a profound aspect as an effect. Yulong smiled slightly. Adding healing aspect into a ring-shaped artifact will allow its wielder to heal faster. Or poison immunity aspect to give its wielder a certain degree of immunity toward poison. Then, what if we add indestructible aspect? Yulong stared at Yun as if she was an idiot. You didn't digest my words well, didn't you? Yun bit her lips in confusion. Yulong waved his hand and explained, the rock's size matters. Stronger profound aspects need a bigger rock. Unless you find a higher quality one than this. No, the rock probably will get destroyed in milliseconds before the profound aspect even gets activated. Also, do you think profound aspects are grown on trees? I must do intensive research to get their profound patterns first, for fuck's sake. Yun fumbled with her fingers, but there is a small chance, right? Yes. Yulong answered blandly. But don't get your hopes high. Also, why did you specifically mention indestructible aspect? Yun blushed bashfully as she intentionally looked down on Yulong's crotch. I want to preserve an important thing. She righteously said. Yulong. You perverted phoenix. I'm regretting my past decision to help you now. So mean. Tisk, let's return to the Yu clan. Humph. Yun put on a wronged look. Her priority is on point. As she flew several 100,000 miles, a question suddenly struck her mind. Master. What should we call this rock? Yulong pondered for a moment, profound rock. So lame. Yun couldn't help but murmur. You don't have to add everything with profound, you know. Do you have any better name? Yulong rolled his eyes. What about Master Stone? Or maybe Archive Rock? Whatever. Yulong found the names aren't bad, but he won't admit it. Yun could read Yulong's mood and smiled happily, feeling like she had achieved something remarkable. She did by finding the rock, but not that part makes her proud. They returned to the Yu clan safely and saw a group of servants running around the courtyard. After asking some questions, they said important guests were coming to the clan. As for who these important guests are, even the shadow agents worked as the servant didn't know. The fourth madam and the clan leader just ordered them to clean the courtyards and decorate a few things, making everything look neat. Mother and father. Yulong frowned slightly. He didn't like this news. Yun, go and search for more master stones. Yulong glanced at the green-haired beauty. I'll go and visit my parents. Yun joyfully beamed when she heard Yulong calling the rock by one of her assigned names. Hee. She skipped on the ground like a child and disappeared from everyone's sight a second later. Yulong went to his mother's courtyard and found her in the garden, enjoying an afternoon tea like usual. Her hobby hasn't changed at all. He doubts she might be British. Mother. He entered the garden. Uxin stared at her son and waved gently, come here, come here. Mother has something to say. Yulong sat down near Uxin, what's with these preparations for important guests? I know you'd ask this question. Uxin giggled in amusement. Well, you see. The important guests are none other than my father and mother. In other words, your maternal grandfather and grandmother. I still have grandfather and grandmother. Yulong was speechless. Yes, Uxin nodded calmly. But your father might be sad if he knew you're talking like that. Yu clan won't be here without them, you know. Yu Long covered his mouth awkwardly. My bad. I'm just shocked because you never told me about them. He cast a suspicious glance at her. Uxin shook her head lightly and returned, that's because they only visit once every 10 years. They like to live in solitary. So, when I was 1 year old, they visited the Yu clan. Yup, they checked you once and said you're a healthy big baby. Uxin teased him with a wink. Yu Long stayed mute before asking, can you tell me more about them? Well, where to start? Uxin tapped her lips a few times. Their surname used to be Yat, which was somewhat taboo as they changed it to Su when birthing me. They are from the corner of the Divine Phoenix Empire, having a small farm within a mountain range. Your grandfather's name is Su Sanshan. Meanwhile, your grandmother's name is Su Nanan. Are they perhaps profound practitioners? Yu Long questioned solemnly. Pfft, your grandpa and grandma are countryside farmers. Uxin laughed at his ridiculous question. I've never seen them using any profound energy. That doesn't answer everything, Mom. Yu Long was disappointed. After that, Uxin told Yu Long about her life before meeting Yu Zhan. In the end, Yu Long only listened to her mother's youthful love story. She even empathized with him by trying some of his father's moves on Xia Qingyu. Mom, we are 11. Yu Long escaped his mother's courtyard and visited the underground facility. Walking down the stairs, Yu Long couldn't help but recall something, if I remember correctly. Eternal Night royal family's surname is Yat, but they had long been exterminated by the Holy Land's foul acts. My intuition tells me my mysterious grandfather and grandmother were somehow connected to this former faction for some reason. No, maybe I'm just overthinking it. I hope so. Chapter 41, Mysterious Figures. Chapter 40 Yu Long summoned Wabi and Yum, telling them to do the usual stuff as he climbed onto a hammock. He stared at the crystal lamp on the ceiling and commented, what should I do next? Should I keep developing my faction or take a trip somewhere? My lord, I believe focusing on your faction is the wisest choice. Yum suddenly commented. The kaiju is currently in her human form, wearing a tight black suit with a maroon-colored cheongsam above it. Her silky black hair let loose, draping over the couch. Her job is to read books and give Yu Long some comments, which he later argued to find the most applicable answer. The topic is diverse, starting from profound patterns, arts, aspects, and even medicine. On the other hand, Wabi swallowed stalks upon stalks of medicinal herbs joyfully and made piles of heart-opening liquid. The Slime King also made several rare ingots from minerals that Yuan gathered, processing them well enough for Shadow Realm's supply. The three of them usually stayed in this underground room for 3 hours. Wabi, do you feel like about to evolve again? Yu Long asked while whistling casually. Wabi tilted its head and answered, "Nuhu." Yu Long sighed, "I see. The essence spheres used to make you are very common. You can blame me for being a novice in Kaiju Maker. The Slime King shook its body and reassured Yu Long that it was fine. After all, Wabi is Yu Long's first ever kaiju. Although Wabi isn't the strongest, it is still the most prestigious position in Yu Long's army. You don't have to console me. When I condensed enough primordial energy, I'll add more portions for your upgrade." Yum glanced at Wabi and shook her head gently. Yu Long's first kaiju. Even Yum and others are jealous of such status. After Wabi used every resource in the room, it asked Yu Long permission to sleep and absorb the waste energy. "Go ahead." Yu Long nodded in understanding. Wabi waved its tentacle hand and disappeared into thin air, entering the inner world to sleep. Yum handed one of the heart-opening liquid to Yu Long for the quality test, and the latter grabbed the bottle casually. Yu Long opened his mouth and drank the heart-opening liquid. A pulsating sensation comes from his profound entrances as Yu Long's sensitivity is already beyond everyone in the blue pole star. The effect of heart-opening liquid isn't so effective for him anymore. However, if this sensation lasts 5 seconds, it's good enough. King Yu is late. Yum opened her mouth. Well, you won't see King Yu today. Yu Long smirked, knowing damn well that stubborn girl is currently training elemental spirit weapon he shared this morning. She's busy with something else. Okay. That's unfortunate. Yum pouted slightly. Among the girls and ladies, Yum is the closest to Xia Qingyu, probably due to their physical appearance being quite different from those bombshell women. The bombshell women in question are none other than Hongguan and Yuan. Lily is in the middle, but the money grubber is well developed as well. If you want to, you can take a break and visit her. Yu Long enjoyed the swing of the hammock. In the meantime, I'll take a nap. Okay. Yum agreed without hesitation, leaving him alone in the room. Yu Long immersed himself in the dream world and told Tanky to give him any unknown individual presence around the drifting cloud mountain range. Tanky was in absolute sleep, which compelled him to enter a lucid dream state and condense energy from the earth. But he could still communicate with Yu Long through their hearts. Okay. He responded with a low hum and continued to sleep. Yu Long napped for an hour before his internal clock rang. He rubbed his eyes and saw Lily sorting the heart-opening liquid and ingots that Wabi made. You're early, he lazily said while staring at the maid's rear. Lily smiled and commented, I always arrived on time, young master. Nothing makes me more peaceful than counting this liquid gold. Unfortunately, we can't sell the heart-opening liquid yet. She sighed helplessly. Yu Long smirked and responded, it's not like we can't sell it. It's just that this world isn't ready for it. Just picture the shock of those old fools' expressions when they realize profound entrances aren't absolute. I know. Lily puffed her cheeks. She knew very well that the old fools Yu Long mentioned were people from the Four Holy Lands who lived for over 1,000 years. Although Lily was known as a money grubber in the Shadow Realm, those old fools were even greedier than her. When heart-opening liquid entered their radar, she bet they'd try everything to get it. They would go so far that even destroying the Blue Wind Empire wasn't far-fetched. Lily, have you heard of the Eternal Night Royal family? Yu Long asked all of a sudden. Eternal Night Royal family? I'm afraid, no. Lily rubbed her chin. Is this family great or something? Yu Long chuckled, never mind. Just take it as my random rambling. Weird. Lily commented, focusing her attention on the piles of heart-opening liquid. Yu Long bounced off the hammock and went to the upper ground, searching for his father. After a few minutes of searching, he found him sitting on a nearby river with a fishing rod. Yu Zhan enjoyed the serene atmosphere and casually flicked her fishing line. He caught fish and released it back into the running river. I'm searching you all over the clan's compound, and here you are. Yu Long sat beside Yu Zhan. Yu Zhan laughed and returned, your father has to relax sometimes. Business has been going well this year, all thanks to you and your people. I'm only a businessman by name now. Are you sure you aren't going to inherit Yu clan's head? He flashed a smile to his youngest son. Yu Long shrugged, nope. Don't even think about it, old man. You're not cute at all. Yu Zhan sighed, lamenting how adult Yu Long was for his age. So, I assume you are here to talk about your maternal grandfather and grandmother. Yes. Yu Long nodded casually, which caused Yu Zhan to shake his head bitterly. Uxin is living in ignorance. Yu Zhan opened the story with a melancholic expression. When I met her, it was like a dreamy moment of my life. But I also felt like my life flashes before my eyes every time. What do you mean? Yu Long frowned slightly. Yu Zhan tossed the fishing line and added, that's because your maternal grandfather and grandmother aren't ordinary people like me. They are profound practitioners, powerful ones at that. Still, they hid it to protect Uxin. Oh, this is a secret, by the way. He chuckled. Then why did you tell me? Yu Long massaged his temple. I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I believe you're powerful enough right now. He grinned and eyed Yu Long from top to bottom. It's hard to believe Yu Long was only 11 this year when he had such a developed body. Even the oldest heir is nothing to Yu Long. Master, 2 powerful presences are coming to the Yu clan. Tanky said from their connection. Yu Long tapped the ground and created an array formation to protect his father as 2 silhouettes landed on the other side of the river. They are wearing worn-out brown robes covered with animal furs and straw hats. Yu Zhan. You broke the pact. One of the silhouettes spoke with a hoarse tone. Immense pressure crashed on Yu Zhan and Yu Long. Yu Zhan's face paled as he raised his hands guiltily. Well, they would definitely break my arms. Yu Zhan thought to himself. The other silhouette nudged and pointed at Yu Long. Honey, that boy is. Stand back, Nanan. The first silhouette stepped forward. I have to break this bastard's bones first. Ah yeah. The other silhouette helplessly patted a straw hat on its head. The atmosphere changed dramatically as a ripple appeared on the river. Bam! Just as the mysterious person was about to touch Yu Zhan, Yu Long caught his hand. Who are you? The mysterious person questioned coldly. Yu Long's golden eyes shone dimly. That should be my question. Bam! Yu Long kicked the ground and drove the mysterious figure away. After a few kilometers away, they crashed into the mountaintop. Hand of Darkness. Several hands made of darkness appeared and attacked Yu Long. Yu Long waved his hand casually, sending a massive sword made of profound energy. Boom! The mysterious man was launched a few meters away, leaving 2 straight lines on the ground. Not bad. He commented. There is a hint of surprise in his words. Yu Long placed his hands into his pants pockets and said, You're bold to attack my father in broad daylight. Your father? The mysterious man was confused. That clumsy bastard is your father. There is no way. Yu Long smirked and provoked, then, why don't you come here and test me? Chapter 42, A Clash Between Dark Profound Masters. Chapter 41 Yu Long stared at the mysterious man and pretty much guessed his identity. In Blue North County, no one would be brave enough to call Yu clan's patriarch by his name. So with the recent event, Yu Long concluded this man and other robed figure is his maternal grandfather and grandmother. Yu Long also confirmed that his grandfather could use profound skill, meaning he is a profound practitioner. Yes, a profound practitioner with a darkness-oriented cultivation art at that. In the Blue Pole Star, there is one and only darkness-oriented cultivation art called Illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night. It comes from a long-exterminated faction called the Eternal Night Royal Family. Fate is a scary thing. Yu Long thought while staring at the mysterious grandfather of his. He only raised a flag once, and this happened. Su Sanchen stared at the golden-eyed youth. He frowned as he didn't like his unbound confidence. I must humble him, or else something disastrous will happen. He took a shallow breath and stepped forward. Hand of Darkness. Several hands made of darkness appeared again. They moved swiftly and approached Yu Long like a small whirlwind. Yu Long used his profound sense and Insect King's vision, observing how his grandfather used the illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night. This profound art's activation pattern is quite similar to Art of Ghost but more direct in some parts, which led Yu Long to believe the devil from the primordial era created this out of the bloodline's power. An idea popped into Yu Long's head as he waved his hand and sent countless claws made of darkness. Hand of Darkness and Ghost claws clashed, causing a small storm in the area. Boom! Su Sanchen retreated a few steps and shouted in disbelief, how did you know the illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night? Poor grandpa! His grandson is a freak. Yu Long patted the dust from his clothes and replied, Whoa, hold your horse there. This is my self-created profound art. I call it Art of Ghost. Also, what the hell is the illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night? What a fucking mouthful name. Su Sanshin was on the verge of coughing blood. What the hell is this brat saying? Self-created profound art? Like he'd believe his lie. Also, did he insult the long-past profound art of the Eternal Night royal family? You brat, you dare to brag in front of me. Su Sanshin calmed himself down. Yu Long rolled his eyes. I'm saying the truth here. What do you want me to say? I found a random old beggar in the street, and he gave me this profound art because he found my talent is one in a million people. Humph, that's more believable to me. Su Sanshin snorted, leaving Yu Long speechless. Fucking hell, this world is done for. Yu Long couldn't help but question the logic here. Stop with this useless talk. Su Sanshin threw his straw head away. He revealed the wrinkled face of a middle-aged man with copper tint. His black hair is short, which is very suited to his grand-looking beard. A pair of purple-colored eyes gazed at Yu Long with deep battle intent. The ground under Su Sanshin cracked as immense, profound energy roared from his body. He lifted his hand and created a sword made of darkness. The sword is jet black, exuding with sharpness. Yu Long lifted his right index finger, and jet black wings rose from his shadow, rising to the sky like a menacing cape. An image of a ghost-masked creature filled with sharp teeth appeared and released intense bloodlust. The air whistled, causing banshee-like cries all over the mountaintop. Yu Long grabbed a random profound beast's bone from his spatial ring and changed it into a rough-looking 1.5-meter spear. The spear's end twirled and gained extreme darkness. Swoosh! Bam! Their profound energy clashed, and to Su Sanshin's surprise, he lost to this brat. I'm a throne, but I lost to this brat. Su Sanshin's eyes twitched. But I won't go down easily. Yu Long and Su Sanshin moved simultaneously, leaving after images a few times. Bam! 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 Su Sanshin swung his sword, but Yu Long's spear always repelled it away. Not to mention, Yu Long only used his spear with one hand. Boom! Night Devil Heaven Burial. Su Sanshin focused his profound energy on a single point and stabbed the ground. A curtain of darkness quickly covered them as gravity shifted. Yu Long's lips curved as the ghost-asked image behind him revealed a scythe. He lifted the spear and waved it horizontally. Tremendous cutting power was instantly unleashed. Slash! The curtain of darkness that Su Sanshin conjured was brutally slashed in half, but the force didn't end there as the mountaintop's side was shaved clean by it. That attack could slash everything. Su Sanshin froze on the spot. He almost lost his dear life. Yu Long stabbed the bone spear a few inches from Su Sanshin's foot and commented, I think we should stop there, grandfather. I'm afraid you'd have difficulty sleeping later. Wait, what did you call me earlier? Su Sanshin's body trembled. Grandfather? You're my grandfather, no? Su Sanshin. Yu Long responded casually. Su Sanshin's mouth parted as he finally realized Yu Long's facial features resembled his daughter's slightly, especially those narrow eyelashes. My grandson. Why Yu Long? The one and only. Before Yu Long could finish his words, Su Sanshin hugged him like a bear and suddenly cried. 10 years. My grandson has become so big in just 10 years. He sobbed like no tomorrow. He's also strong, oh heaven, you blessed me. Yu Long felt overwhelmed by his hug but could only let it happen. You should have listened to me before. A sigh echoes on the mountaintop. A middle-aged woman with white hair flew to them while carrying Yu Zhan. As she landed, Yu Long could see her facial features. Su Nanan looks like Yu Long's mother, but she has a teardrop birthmark on the corner of her lower eyelashes. She's a very charming grandmother from the aura alone. Yeah. Honey, why are you being over the top? Su Nanan noticed the destroyed landscape. What if our grandson got injured? Su Sanshin was caught between laughter and crying. Ha ha ha. If I had to fight Yu Long again, I'm afraid losing my lifespan would be the lightest outcome. He replied in defeat. He pointed at the cleanly shaved mountaintop. You see that? Yu Long did that. Yu Zhan and Su Nanan followed his finger and saw an unnatural cut side of the mountaintop. Chills were literally sent down their spines as indescribable shock struck their cores. It's just a light spar, nothing special. Yu Long waved his hand as if cutting the mountain was an easy thing to do. Su Sanchen. Su Nanan. Yu Zhan. Su Sanchen gazed at his son-in-law and coldly asked, Yu Zhan. Just what the fuck happened in this 10 years? I don't know, I don't know. Yu Zhan shook his head pathetically. Yu Long has never shown me his martial prowess, father-in-law. I only know he was a genius kid who could cultivate at an early age. A bitter smile plastered over Yu Zhan's handsome face as he finally added, I only guessed his cultivation realm being true profound realm, but as you can see, it's off the mark. Off the mark, your head. He could defeat me, motherfucker. Su Sanchen was ready to throw a hand. Su Nanan divided them and sighed, okay, calm down, you two. Especially you, honey. Stop bullying our son-in-law. Do you forget that he was the reason Xiner could live peacefully over 15 years? You're safe today. Su Sanchen huffed. Yu Zhan thanked his mother-in-law and glanced at Yu Long. I don't know you're this strong. You've never asked. Yu Long returned immediately. That's true, Yu Zhan never asked about it. He's too in line with this world's common sense, thinking Yu Long has a strong teacher on his side but not strong himself. Last year, he should have connected the dots when those business clans and Cloud Palm sects suddenly became quiet, retreating from their advance for Yu clan's wealth. You make me doubt myself. At last, my youngest son is still the best. Yu Zhan patted Yu Long's shoulder. Ha ha ha. Of course, my grandson is the best. Su Sanchen laughed in agreement. Yu Long gave these two shameless men a weird gaze and ignored them as his attention to his grandmother. You must have a lot of questions. Well, grandma also. She giggled while pulling his arm. Let's return to Yu clan and talk about it. Okay. Yu Long followed his grandmother. Chapter 43, Sharing Some Secrets, A Thousand Years Plan. Chapter 42 Yu Long, Yu Zhan, Su Sanchen, and Su Nanan returned to the Yu clan's compound. Let's meet your mother first. Su Nanan said with a smile. After leaving our side for 15 years, she deserves to know the truth. Su Sanchen sighed slightly and glanced at Yu Long. Fine, we didn't plan to expose ourselves this early. However, my grandson is so outstanding that he might be the person prophesied by Lady Mu. Prophesied? Lady Mu? Yu Long was puzzled. Hehe, we will explain it to you soon. Su Sanchen laughed, patting his grandson's back. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, let me escort you to Uxin's courtyard. Yu Zhan patted his chest nervously. Su Sanchen nodded and didn't say anything. It seems Su Nanan's words earlier are working fine. Yu Long blinked his eyes and sensed his grandparents' strength. His grandfather's cultivation base is the 9th level of the Emperor Profound Realm. On the other hand, his grandmother is weaker, standing at the 2nd level of the Emperor Profound Realm. They are both what one called thrones in this world. Thrones are the title for the Emperor Profound Realm. Yu Long frowned and thought, Grandpa is cultivating the illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night, so his cultivation base is understandable. However, I could sense that Grandma isn't a dark profound master. Her profound strength is wood element. Yu Long was surprised to find Su Nanan's profound strength is a rare wood element. Besides his self-created art of wood, Yu Long couldn't remember any profound art with similar attributes on this planet. They arrived at Uxin's courtyard and saw her reading books inside the garden. Xiner, we are coming to visit. Su Nanan was the first to call her. Uxin stopped reading and lifted her head. seeing her mother after 10 years. Mother! She excitedly ran and hugged her. I missed you. Su Nanan rubbed Uxin's head and replied, we missed you too, darling. Now, hug your father. He was lonely as well. Father! Uxin's eyes lit up. Xiner. Su Sanshan grinned happily. The father and daughter hugged each other. It looks like a grizzly bear is hugging a small deer, to be honest. But Yulong won't deny that it was heartwarming. After the reunion, they sat in the pavilion and had some servants preparing tea and snacks. Su Sanshan and Su Nanan glanced at each other, sensing the servants hired by the Yu clan weren't ordinary people. They are profound practitioners with decent foundations. Don't be alarmed. Those servants are my people, grandfather, grandmother. Yulong said casually. This is... Su Sanshan couldn't believe it. Well... Su Nanan felt her grandson was more mysterious than before. Uxin tilted her head and cluelessly asked, what are you talking about, Longer? It is, Mom. Yulong helplessly raised his arms. Remember when you were buying me those books about martial arts? Yes. Uxin nodded, thinking it was nothing special. Yulong smiled and added, through those books, I was about to develop my own profound art. Also several other things like medicine, and theories of profound ways. It took me 2 years to develop it, another 2 years to make my people train it. Until now, my profound art and cultivation method have proven effective as many loyal people submitted under me. I founded an organization, steering it from the shadows to protect the Yu clan and everything in the Blue North County's territory. We are still growing, but in a few years, another superpower will appear in the profound sky continent. Oh yeah, the Yu clan's business has been in my hands all these years. So, father is only helping me with connection and budget sorting. I didn't plan to expose my secret this early, but fuck it. I believe my strengths are enough to protect my family now. Cough. Cough. Su Sanshan choked on his tea. Su Nanan's jaw dropped. Uxin was speechless. Yu Zhan felt betrayed. He did more than sort the budget. Is this true? You're not playing a prank on me, right? Uxin suppressed her surprise. Yulong raised his eyebrow and clapped in a specific pattern. 3 shadow agents appeared and kneeled behind him. Lord Shadow, what's your command? They said in unison. Yulong waved his hand, it's nothing. You can return to your post. Dismissed. Roger. The shadow agents vanished into thin air. Uxin opened her mouth and wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to because the shock was too much. She breathed heavily as if panic just struck her. Yulong grabbed Uxin's hand and flowed his profound strength, calming herself down. How long have you hidden this? She gazed into her son's golden eyes. Yulong thought at the top of his head and answered, a little over 4 years. And you never told me. She looks upset. Oh. It's time to throw someone under the bus. Yulong thought immediately. He faked a cough and answered, well, you see. I told father about this in my first year. I thought he'd tell you. He cast an apologizing look at Yu Zhan. Husband. Uxin moved her gaze to Yu Zhan, making the latter smile in defeat. Yu Zhan cursed his youngest son for being too slick and replied, okay. Let me explain first. I admitted that I did know this earlier. However, I didn't know Yulong found an organization and reached a cultivation realm beyond father-in-law. My understanding of Yulong's accomplishment is only the tip of the iceberg. I superficially assumed he was a rare genius and must have a powerful teacher behind him. I'm shocked, just like you. But here we are, sitting together in this unreal conversation. I could only accept the shock. He shook his head bitterly. No, we should accept that our son is such a remarkable genius. Uxin rubbed her temple and frowned again, Wait. Did you say Yu Long reached the cultivation base over father? I did. Yu Zhan dodged Su Sanshan's menacing gaze. Su Sanshan cursed, Yu Zhan, you little prick. Motherfucker, I should have broken your arm earlier. Father. How could you say such a thing? Yu Zhan is my husband. Uxin defends her husband. Uxin. Yu Zhan felt touched. Uxin huffed and continued, I should be the one who broke his arm. Yu Zhan felt betrayed again. Where is my gentle wife? And father? How could you hide this from me? She lashed back to Su Sanshan, who hung his head low. Daeum. Yu Long enjoyed the drama. He wished he had popcorn right now. Uxin was angry. Why did they hide such an important thing from her? She felt very ignorant. She doesn't know how much her parents sacrificed. She doesn't know how much her husband felt pressured all this time. She doesn't know how much her son suffered all those years. They lied to her. A sense of hopelessness grew in her heart. Xiner, we are going to tell you the truth now. Su Nanan finally opened her mouth. She released a calming aura to soothe the atmosphere. Honey, I can explain it, right? Go on. Su Sanshan nodded lightly. Su Nanan became their center of focus as she opened her mouth. Aside from Yu Long's matter, I'll explain why we hide the fact that we are profound practitioners from you, Xiner. Do you know about the great sacred grounds? No. Uxin shook her head. Su Nanan smiled, good, it seems great sacred grounds influence doesn't reach this place. In the profound sky continent, there are originally 5 superpowers. They are Absolute Monarch Sanctuary, Supreme Ocean Palace, Sun Moon Divine Hall, Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, and Eternal Night Royal Family. Due to the slanderous act of the 4 other sacred grounds, the Eternal Night Royal Family is framed as an evil faction and exterminated. Before the framing, the Eternal Night Queen saved a woman. That woman lost her memory and strength but soon recovered them as time passed and built the frozen cloud Asgard. Unfortunately, her strength isn't enough to help the Eternal Night Royal Family, so she prophesied a future event. Fortunately, those sacred grounds didn't know the Eternal Night King planned something. The prophecy helps the Eternal Night Clan to devise a contingency plan, which he later passed to his second son, who at the time adventuring outside the Eternal Night Royal Family to temper himself. The second prince survived and hid for years, even changing his identity several times. And that contingency plan is? Yu Long couldn't help but ask. Su Nanan smiled, strengthening the devil bloodline of the Eternal Night Royal Family. And create the strongest warrior. The second prince followed this plan and married a princess of the distant empire, giving his descendant a unique body suitable to carry bloodlines. Of course, there could only be one descendant at the time. If it's a male, he'd be a fine warrior with a hybrid bloodline. But the probability of passing it to the next royal descendant will be low. If it's a female, then she'd also be a fine warrior with a hybrid bloodline too, but she also could incubate and pass the genes better to the next royal descendant. You, my dear, are the 5th generation princess of the Eternal Night Royal Family. You're also an excellent royal descendant with myriad devil physique, which is very strong, so we have no choice but to suppress it. But why? Uxin clutched her robe. It's because your bloodline and physique are too absurd. Su Sanshan answered this time. The 4 great sacred grounds have a technique that detects our devil's bloodline. And yours is like a beacon of light in their radar. So, we sealed your bloodline and physique. Or you'll get hunted for the rest of your life. He sighed, we raised you in the countryside, hoping you'd fall in love with ordinary people, live normally, and weaken your bloodline and physique. And then, you fell in love with this bastard, Yu Zhan. When I saw your lovesick expression that day, I knew we must cherish this chance and let you live peacefully. Even after knowing Yu Zhan has 3 wives, which were inherently chosen by his parents to maintain Yu clan's business, I still allow you to marry him. He might be a bastard, but at least he genuinely loves you. And with his 3 wives, I could see him giving you a sufficiently luxurious life. Yu Zhan doesn't know if this was a praise or an insult. Su Nanan sipped her tea and commented, Yu Zhan, having 4 wives, is also a good cover for your protection. No one would pay attention to a local businessman with many wives because it was literally expected in this era. Those sacred grounds wouldn't lower themselves to ordinary people's level. You might wonder why we only visited you once every 10 years. That's because we have limited contact between you and your father. When the Eternal Night royal family's bloodlines met, they created a powerful resonance that alarmed the 4 great sacred grounds. 3 days is the limit before the bloodline's resonance causes a disturbance in their radars. I see. Uxin looked down at the tiles. Tears welled up in her eyes. There. Su Nanan hugged her tightly. Don't cry, you're a mother now. Show some grace. Yu Long is watching you. I don't mind, you can cry. Yu Long suddenly said. Yu Long, dear. Read the room. Su Nanan's mouth twitched slightly. Her grandson is really something else. Meanwhile, the men are glancing at each other. Su Sanchen snorted at Yu Zhan, good job, you're doing great all this time. Are you praising me, father-in-law? Yi Zhan was shocked. Humph. Su Sanchen looked away. Anyway, Yu Long. He gazed at his grandson. Without a doubt, you're the strongest warrior our Eternal Night royal family ever have. Even at such a young age, you're already stronger than me. Not to mention, you're very talented and even created your own profound art. As the 5th prince of the Eternal Night royal family, you have the highest chance to revive our family and become the 2nd Eternal Night king. Will you do it? Su Sanchen gives him a small smile. Interesting offer. Yu Long responded calmly, pondering the Eternal Night royal family's contingency plan. With his current arsenal, reviving the Eternal Night royal family is a simple matter for him. And sooner or later, the 4 great sacred grounds will be his enemy anyway. Even then, he has a greater goal than that. It seems his reincarnation in this world isn't that simple. He actually forced some changes before his arrival. This mystery is more interesting. He smirked at his grandfather, interesting offer. But I refuse. Chapter 44, The Greatest Cheater. Chapter 43 Interesting offer. But I refuse. What? 4 of them reacted simultaneously. Su Sanchen couldn't believe his ears for a moment because reviving the Eternal Night royal family was a noble duty. They have passed over 10 generations to reach this point. However, they would have never thought their youngest prince would reject his noble duty. Su Sanchen and Su Nanan stared at each other before laughing in helplessness. Ha ha ha. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. I thought you were going to push it harder. Yu Long was stunned by their reactions. Su Nanan shook her head gently and replied, Yu Long, you're no older than 12. I am 11. Yu Long responded casually. See? You're still too young to carry our burden. So, it's understandable that you refused our offer. Su Nanan giggled in amusement. And at such a tender age, you have attained the strength of a throne than any of us. You have many years to learn and understand the bitter pain of this contingency plan. Not to mention, you haven't awakened your natural bloodline and physique yet. You can be much stronger than this. No, you might even reach the legendary profound god realm. When you're ready, the Eternal King's position shall be yours. Su Nanan grabbed his hand and kissed it. Your grandma and grandpa can wait. The prophecy was made. Our blood and flesh will fulfill it. Our blood and flesh will fulfill it. Su Sanchen continued firmly. He put on a melancholic expression as this chant echoes through 10 generations. Yu Long wanted to tell them that reviving the Eternal Night royal family wasn't that hard. However, sensing their moods, he decided not to say anything and revealed his cards slowly. Eventually, they would know that the 4 great sacred grounds are nothing in this primal chaos. The blue pole star is just a starting place. There are countless stars out there. After that, they catch up with each other. Yulong only listened to the adults and suddenly asked, "This is a weird thing to request, but can I take a few drops of your blood? I mean, 4 of you. What do you need them for?" Su Sanchen curiously returned. Yulong smiled and answered calmly, "Besides the profound art and organization, I also developed some methods to determine one's ancestry through bloodline. If I had your blood, there might be a way to rekindle some lost power through the generations. Something like that is possible." Su Nanan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes." Yulong nodded, snapping his fingers. An image-capturing array showed them the genetic maps of the Scarlet Dragon's bloodline. This is the genetic map of the Scarlet Dragon. It was the descendant of a true dragon, meaning its blood carries mighty power. I have studied the pattern behind the bloodline's genetic map and comprehended a new field of power. I call it profound aspect. Uxin squinted her eyes while gazing at the genetic maps. And what is this profound aspect? To put it shortly, it's the essence of raw components. Yulong calmly explained. What's the aspect of fire? Heat, power, etc. Aspect contains all that from one's subject, and others are allowed to wield with enough preparation. He chuckled and summoned a bright scarlet-colored flame, shocking his parents and grandparents. This is the Scarlet Dragon's flame. I shouldn't be able to wield it, but I did. As long as I recognize the patterns, an endless amount of profound aspects will be in my hand. So, in other words, you might even touch the power of the profound god. Su Sanchen couldn't hold his excitement. More than that, but with that level of understanding, I wouldn't blame you, Grandpa. Yulong makes the scarlet-colored flame disappear. This world is vast, after all. So, give me some of your blood. Fine, fine. Su Sanchen pulled a knife from his spatial ring. Uxin's eyes widened in horror as Su Sanchen was about to stab himself before her. Stop, stop. You're taking this too seriously. Yulong was speechless. He picked some sterile injections and placed them on the table. Use these to draw your blood. All you need to do is stab the needle into your arm, but try to avoid the veins and pull the lever behind. No, not like that. Grandpa, don't stab yourself in the chest. Damn it, Father. Open the freaking cap first. Grandma, stop playing with it. Mom, why are you only staring at it? After some explanations, Yulong finally sighed in relief and got the hell out of the garden. He looked at the 4 injections in his hand and shook his head wryly. He has another job to do now. Meanwhile, Yulong's parents and grandparents talked about the past until Yusing brought out the topic of Yulong's engagement. There is actually this little girl called Xia Qingyu. She's very close with Yulong. Oh. And the gossip blew up, especially between the ladies. Su Sanchen's ear twitched as he asked, "This Xia Qingyu lass? Is she around Yulong's age?" "Yes." Yu Zhan answered this time. "And she's the daughter of my friend. On top of that, she's also a good, modest, smart child." Ho ho. Su Sanchen stroked his beard. Not bad for my grandson. However, there is a problem. Yu Zhan raised a topic, causing Su Sanchen and Su Nanan to frown. "Tell us about it." Their expression becomes solemn. Back to our Kaiju Maker, he returned to his courtyard and saw Xia Qingyu training her elemental spirit weapon. Xia Qingyu faced a training dummy and waved her hand, sending a war hammer that struck its target. An extreme vibration hit the training dummy and turned into sawdust. Beads of sweat appeared on Xia Qingyu's fair forehead. That must be the last attack she could execute. Yum jumped a few meters away and hugged Xia Qingyu. "Whoa, Congratulations, King Yu. You finally reached it. Thank you. Xia Qingyu smiled cheerfully. She could feel she was getting stronger. Yu Long clapped his hand and praised, I see. You have mastered the initial level of elemental spirit weapon. You're talented, King Yu. Xia Qingyu blushed, this is nothing, big brother. I could only manifest one's weapon while you could send several more without much effort. Yu Long stretched his hand and rubbed Xia Qingyu's head, even then, you deserve this. Xia Qingyu closed her eyes and enjoyed this feeling. Big brother. I sensed two powerful presences a while ago. Are they perhaps enemies? Her senses sharp as usual. Yu Long commented in his heart. He smiled and responded, at first, yes. But then I learned that they are my maternal grandfather and grandmother. Why your maternal grandfather and grandmother? Xia Qingyu blinked her eyes as she was stunned. She didn't expect the identities of two unknown presences to be like this. Yu Long pinched her cheeks and added, don't make such a face. I'm not that close with them. I only know about them today. Xia Qingyu and Yum were speechless. But they are still my blood relatives, so greet them once you meet them. Yu Long released her cheeks. Qingyu understands. Xia Qingyu put on a solemn look. How cute! Yu Long thought to himself. He turned around and said, we'll meet later for dinner. I'll do some research. Yum, follow me. Yes, my lord. Yum skipped on the ground and followed Yu Long like a duckling. Okay, see you later. Xia Qingyu waved her hand at Yun Long, and the latter responded with the same gesture. Yu Long and Yum entered a sealed chamber surrounded by several protective arrays. Inside the room, there are 4 tables and countless equipment they usually use. He pulled 4 injections and placed them in testing tubes, using Kaiju Maker to forcibly read them to the subatomic level. Memories flashed in Yun Long's head, and he forcibly broke apart the impurities in these drops of blood as he did to Phoenix Clan's bloodline. Profound patterns after profound patterns. Yu Long's golden eyes observed every node and recorded them in his head. Thought acceleration has activated beyond anyone could imagine, allowing his mind to function rapidly. Yum supported Yu Long with her psychic force, and Yuan quietly landed beside them. Why do I feel the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign's presence here? She asked in confusion. Yuan, help! I'm on the verge of depleting my psychic force. Yum said with a pale expression. Oh, okay. Yuan closed her eyes and sent a wave of her mental power to support Kaiju Maker's ability. 1 hour passed, and Yum dropped to the floor. 2 hours later, Yuan released a cold sweat from her face. After 3 hours, the blood in the vials becomes extraordinary looking. The first blood is purple colored with a tint of copper. The second blood is green colored with a beautiful vibrancy. The third blood looks like ordinary human blood, which is red. However, there is a faint sense of wind element from it. And finally, fourth blood. This blood is milky white with veins all over it. It has a purplish hue, resembling the first blood. Done. Yu Long dropped to the floor, but Yuan quickly used her body as a cushion. On. Yuan moaned in delight. If I weren't so tired, I'd curse at you. Yu Long groaned helplessly. But thanks, Yuan. You guys might not realize it, but we just got another supply of test subjects. He grinned and stared at the 4 vials of unique colored blood, variant at that. They are going to open a whole new path for us. Ha ha ha, I'm the greatest cheater in this world. His delightful laugh echoes in the sealed chamber. Chapter 45, More Progress, and Bizarre Dream. Chapter 44 2 months later. After revitalizing his parents' and grandparents' bloodline, a new field of opportunity was pleasingly opened for Yu Long. Unlike the primordial beast and god's bloodline, the devil's bloodline is more unorthodox in a way that one couldn't imagine. It's not as simple as controlling darkness. The nature of a devil isn't inherently evil either. They are living beings like any other. But you know, one ruined a bunch. One devil might be more sinister, but that's character more than anything. Meanwhile, you can be born righteously and still end up more horrible than others. White and black. No, everything is fucking grey in the cultivation world. Competitiveness has persisted until now. That fact makes the situation between God's race and the Devil's race somewhat interesting in Yulong's eyes. The Eternal Night royal family's bloodline comes from a devil. That devil is the descendant of the Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign, who was actually sealed by evil God on the corner of the profound sky continent. The Moon Slaughter Devil Sovereign is the king of the Eternal Night Devil clan. A devil clan that specializes in conjuring dark elements and cast curse-like attacks. And don't confuse the Eternal Night Devil clan with the Eternal Night royal family. They are different. The illusory devil tome of Eternal Night is like the extension of their body. At their peak, they could even swallow everything with darkness. The Eternal Night Devil clan's bloodline is a good bonding agent, almost parasite-like. In other words, it wouldn't disappear as long as it could latch onto another's bloodline. Yulong's grandfather, Su Sanshin, has displayed prowess exceeding his cultivation base. Su Sanshin told Yulong about the contingency plan of the Eternal Night King. Since he was the 8th generation leader of the Eternal Night royal family, he has received the 7th generation's worth of accumulations. His physical prowess is 10 times that of people in the same realm. His blood carries so much vitality he's extremely vigorous. On top of that, Su Sanshin's bloodline is a variant of the Eternal Night Devil clan. It carried extra perks such as metal element's affinity and resistance toward 1000 poison. Meaning he could enhance his darkness with metal element. Su Sanshin also broke through recently. He has entered the first level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. Thanks to heart-opening liquid and profound gathering array. Yulong's mother, Uxin, is much higher than Su Sanshin in bloodline potency. And yes, she did receive the 8th generation's worth of accumulation, including Su Sanshi's. Uxin only started her profound way 1 month and a half ago and has shown immense growths chart. Despite passing the optimal age, Uxin reached the 5th level of true profound realm. She only had 17 of her profound entrances opened. And no, she didn't use heart-opening liquid. Her sensitivity is that high due to her variant bloodline. She possessed immunity toward poisons like Su Sanshin, but instead of 1000, it was 10,000 poisons, which most likely has something to do with the sky poison pearl that terrorized the Age of Gods. This devil's bloodline instinctively influenced its wielder to obtain some resistance toward the heavenly artifact. It was a logical guess. More so, Uxin didn't have an affinity toward metal elements like Su Sanshi. Uxin's bloodline's perks include Corrupted Light Element. The Corrupted Light Element is an extreme version of the Dark Element where it devoured light and made its own. It has characteristics of Light Element but could swallow everything like Dark Element. This element is cheating in its own way. Of course, Yulong sampled it and created profound aspects based on it. 1000 Poison Immunity Aspect. 10,000 Poison Immunity Aspect. Unorthodox, Darkness Metal Aspect. Unorthodox, Corrupted Light Aspect. These 4 profound aspects are precious. Of course, Su Sanshin and Uxin aren't the only ones who improved themselves. Surprisingly, Yulong's grandmother and father possessed the blood of variant primordial beast. In Su Nanin's case, her blood mutated nicely and granted her the ability to wield wood elements. In Yu Zhan's case, his blood's potential is unfortunately buried so deeply that he might never awaken it unless Yulong helps him. Although he was also a variant like Su Nanin, the bloodline was too diluted. Su Nanin's bloodline actually originated from the primordial beast called Treant, which is entirely made of wood but has human-like characteristics. Since she was a variant of Treant, she could wield wood elements and even elevate one's life energy, granting more lifespan. She also had a breakthrough recently, reaching the 4th level of the Emperor Profound Realm. Yu Zhan's bloodline was revitalized, so he started his profound way like his wife. As the man of the house, he still has some pride. Yu clan's bloodline originated from Skyrock, a winged beast that could traverse 10,000 miles away with a single flap of wings and get crowned as the king of the sky due to its adeptness in controlling wind elements. Nevertheless, the bloodline lost its component after so many years and mutated into a variant bloodline. A wasted one. But this is when Yu Xin's bloodline comes in handy. Since they have bonded several times, Yu Zhan's bloodline cleanses its impurities and gains devil-like attributes. The Skyrock was accidentally demonized. Yu Long called it Ebony-Winged Skyrock now. Ebony-Winged Skyrock is a double-attributed variant. It wields a wind element and a shadow element. Yup, shadow element. Not darkness. With the bloodline of the Ebony-Winged Skyrock, Yu Zhan stepped into the Profound Way and reached the 4th level of the true Profound Realm in just 45 days. Yu Long got 5 profound aspects from them. Orthodox, Greater Wood Aspect. Orthodox, Life Force Aspect. Orthodox Greater Wind Aspect. Unorthodox, Shadow Aspect. Unorthodox, Ebony Aspect. Yu Long's parents and grandparents really surpassed themselves with his help. It was great he doesn't have to cover things up anymore. Yu Long could also improve Shadow Realm's strength with these profound aspects. Funnily enough, his father's Shadow Aspect and Ebony Aspect are suitable for Art of Nether Ghost and Art of Reaper that Shadow agents cultivated. If Yu Long knew his father held such precious things, he wouldn't waste so much time in the past. He couldn't help it either because Yu clan didn't have a deep background. I finally finished them. Yu Long sighed and placed 4 cultivation arts on the table. Art of Tempered Darkness. Using the illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Devil as the base, Yu Long modified some parts and added metal elements enhancement. This profound art is for his grandfather, Su Sanshan. Art of Prying Wood. This profound art is an enhanced version of Art of Wood, modified to allow Su Nanan to achieve more outcomes with her variant bloodline. Art of Dark Sky. A combination of 3 profound arts. Art of Wind, Art of Nether Ghost, and Art of Reaper. Each technique corresponds to Yu Zhan's bloodline. Art of Corrupted Light. Combining illusory Devil Tome of Eternal Night and Art of Light, Yu Long simulated corrupted light and created this profound art based on it. Each of these arts has incredible potential, but it depends on the user to tap into it. I will give these to them later. Yu Long commented as he lay on the bed, sleeping soundlessly. Several hours passed, and Yu Long entered a weird dream. He floated in a white space and saw a naked, black-haired woman curled into a ball. Her facial features and skin are flawless, possessing this touch of charm that he couldn't describe. The black-haired woman opened her eyes and revealed a pair of white eyes. Each has a deep black pupil, which stares at him. Her red lips parted as if she wanted to say something. Yet Yu Long couldn't hear a thing from her. Realizing they couldn't communicate, the black-haired woman huffed adorably and closed her eyes. Yu Long smiled, shaking his head as well. He should be dreaming. And just like that, Yu Long was drawn back to reality. Yu Long gasped and sat on his bed, frowning slightly as the dream lingered in his consciousness. They said every dream has meaning. That black-haired woman should be linked to him in one way or another. Yu Long didn't realize that as he delved more into profound patterns, he'd touch the realm of origin where everything started. That dream was a sign of the imminent future. Chapter 46, Vacation. Chapter 45 9 months passed after Yu Long's grandparents came to the Yu clan. Many things happened. The more valuable thing was the discovery of unorthodox profound aspects. Unlike the orthodox ones, they have deviated from the same roots but took another path to step in. And there are also variant bloodlines, which strengthen people on his side. Yu Long also became closer to his grandparents as they'd visit him and spar occasionally. They are too doting for his liking, but he couldn't blame them for behaving so. For them, he was the greatest prince the eternal night royal family could ever have. However, their excessive doting also led them to discover his relationship with several ladies. They were surprised to see 5 young, beautiful ladies on his side. That's being Xia Qingyu, Yum, Lily, Hongguan, and Yuan. They understood Xia Qingyu and Yum for being close to him as they were looking around his age. Nevertheless, Lily, Hongguan, and Yuan make them believe they have more of an adult taste in women. Su Sanchen teased Yu Long for having this many women and said he was a dragon among men. Overall, Yu Long's situation is much better than before. The decent organization he built started to take a greater shape. It is just a matter of time before Shadow Realm reaches what the 4 great sacred grounds can't, which is entering the upper realm. Yu Long's strength and understanding, in a profound way, improved by a leap. His loved ones also become more powerful, increasing their chance of survival in this cruel cultivation world. Life is good, for sure. Blue Wind Empire, Silver Lake City. Located on the eastern side of the Blue Wind Empire, Silver Lake City is a big-sized city near a massive lake that reflects silverish light every night. For anyone else, this place is an enjoyable spot to visit because many businesses and entertainment industries were purposely built here. However, they didn't know that Silver Lake City is Shadow Realm's second base. 4 years ago, Silver Lake City was just your average city with no attraction besides its slightly bigger lake, but now it's one of the biggest supplies in the Blue Wind Empire. Even people from the neighboring empires visited this city sometimes to relax and enjoy themselves with their families. Well, nobles and profound practitioners are the most frequent visitors. Several people in black robes sat around a round table. They are currently discussing in a horribly lighted room. Beside their voices, one could barely see their appearances. I heard Lord Shadow is going to visit Silver Lake City. The voice of a woman destroyed the silence. Wait, what? But he never did this before. In a somewhat panicked voice, a male reacted. Did we do something wrong? Something, there must be something. Yeah, there must be a reason behind his visit. Some shadow agents are discussing between themselves. What if he just wants to visit for a holiday? Someone raised his tone slightly. Are you dumb? The female voice in the beginning shouted. Lord Shadow isn't that simple. How could he simply visit this place for vacation? His act can't be that shallow. That's right, that's right. Another shadow agent agreed with her statement. He must have come here to check our performance. And we can't let him down. Agreed. I second this. Spread the words. We must show Lord Shadow 300% of what Silver Lake City can do to satisfy his needs. After everyone agreed, the meeting came to an end. Meanwhile, a few miles away, a carriage with the Yu clan's emblem slowly approached Silver Lake City. So, why are we going to Silver Lake City again? Yu Zhan asked while looking at his wife and son. Holiday/vacation. Yu Long and Yu Xin answered immediately. The latter is more exciting sounding, though. Within the spacious carriage, 6 people are sitting and facing each other. We have Yu Long, Yu Zhan, and Su Sanchen on the left side. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Xia Qingyu, Yu Xin, and Su Nanan. They are going to Silver Lake City after locking themselves in the Yu clan for 9 months. Even Yu Long needs some relaxation after intense research regarding the profound aspects. One might wonder where Yu Long's servants are. They are still following him, but not in this carriage. Yum and Yuan transformed into their kaiju form and recovered their energies in the inner world after helping Yu Long create 2 new kaiju. Lily and Hongguan followed them from the sky, guarding them in case a random annoyance appeared and disturbed this family trip. Ha ha ha! Su Sanchen laughed. With the help of artifacts that Yu Long made for me and Xiner, I'm not worried about the bloodline's resonance catching the 4 great sacred grounds' attention. In the past, I'd been panicked to see her even one step outside the house. But now? It's fine to roam around as long as we are within the Blue Wind Empire's territory. Good thing, good thing. Thank you, Longer. Uxin hugged her son affectionately. Yu Long smiled, it's nothing. When I perfected the profound tool, Mom didn't have to worry about traveling outside. This suppressant is just the beginning. And we believe in you. Su Nanan giggled, holding Xia Qingyu's hand. Xia Qingyu blushed and asked, is it fine for me to join this family trip? It's fine, it's fine. You're going to enter our family soon, after all. Before Yu Long could reply, Su Sanshan already opened his big mouth. After hearing that reply, the redness on Xia Qingyu's cheeks becomes more apparent. She looked down and adorably covered her face. Deep inside, Xia Qingyu is very happy. That's right, Qingyu. Uxin released Yu Long and hugged Xia Qingyu this time. You're our family. You can even call me mother or mom if you want to. She whispered to the young lady's ears. Yu Long and Xia Qingyu are both 12 years old now. In a mere 4 years, they would be an adult. Ah, this. Xia Qingyu felt touched in her heart. She lost her mother at a young age, so Uxin's words meant a lot to her. She glanced at Yu Long and found him very handsome. If possible, she doesn't want to get separated from him. She breathed in and whispered back, mother. Ah. Uxin's smile widened even further. Yu Zhan watched this sight and sighed inside. Wife, aren't you who told brother Xia and me not to meddle with Xia Qingyu's decision? The situation changed much in less than 2 years. Yu Zhan smiled while shaking his head. Xia Qingyu hasn't returned to the floating cloud city for 21 months. Yu Zhan couldn't help but feel bad for Xia Hongii. Sorry, brother Hongii. But we will be a big family in the future. Unaware of his father's thoughts, Yu Long yawned and saw a nice-looking lake from the carriage's window. Not far away, he could see a big city surrounded by white stone walls. Lord Shadow, we will arrive at Silver Lake City in 5 minutes. The driver, also a shadow agent, said to Yu Long with sound transmission. Yu Long rolled his eyes, I can see that. Just keep driving. Yes, Lord Shadow. The driver responded enthusiastically. 5 minutes later, their carriage entered the Silver Lake City's main gate. Several people on the street are looking at them because the guards are opening the main gate grandly for them. Yu Long ignored them and checked Silver Lake City's condition. Upon entering the city, he saw a clean road made of paved black stones. Countless tall buildings with unique styles stood firmly above the ground, which were systematically built based on the protection array drawn under them. The atmosphere is lively but not too crowded. It fits Yu Long's liking when on vacation. They went to the hotel near Silver Lake to give its visitors a pleasant scenery at night. No, even at noon, this view looks just as fine. A beautiful attendant hurriedly walked toward the carriage and politely opened the carriage's door. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Silver Moon Hotel. Yu Long's mouth twitched when he realized this beautiful attendant was none other than the top shadow phantom in the Shadow Realm. Aren't you the person who is responsible for Silver Lake City? When did you become an attendant? Yu Long was speechless. No matter how he sees it, doesn't this draw attention to them? Lord Shadow. Just relax, leave the rest to me. The beautiful attendant winked at him. Don't wink at me, you. Yu Long cursed inwardly. Sometimes, he regretted making Shadow Realm with his cringe goal and method in the past. Hee, thank you. Uxin didn't notice anything weird and walked out of the carriage. Everyone followed as Yu Long gave the attendant a blank look. Yu Long expected bizarre things would happen from now on. Chapter 47, Hotel and Blacksmith Shop. Chapter 46 Silver Moon Hotel is a tall building that overshadows some parts of Silver Lake City. Built with the third most powerful stone called the volcanic sunrock in the Blue Wind Empire's territory, the entire building is highly resistant to environmental conditions. It also gave the exterior a nice yellowish-white color. On the other hand, the interior is thoroughly coated with melted oceanic blue grains, which gives a textured dark blue color. Several mahogany wood frames were similarly used to make the place grander than ever. Crystal lamps are hanging on the wall, giving off soft white lights. Several arts and furniture were correspondingly placed in an orderly manner beneath the lamp, highlighting their value. There are also fuzzy carpets on the floor, making each walk feel nice. One might think this was excessive. However, the Silver Moon Hotel didn't hold back for its guests' better experience, especially when the owner himself decided to visit Silver Moon Hotel. The beautiful female attendant smiled politely and looked at the noble guests. They are Lord Shadow's family and loved ones. There are also Shadow brides. I, Ling Ke, cannot fuck this up, the attendant thought while trembling inside. As they walked into the lobby, the interiors immediately caught their attention. Even the Yu clan's compound isn't as exaggerated as this. Wow! Everyone except Yu Long was impressed. Those paintings look expensive. Su Sanchen couldn't help but comment. Su Nanan nodded and added, each stroke felt alive. Esteemed guests, these paintings and calligraphy are made with special ink. It registers the maker's intent and brings them out if you stare at them for 5 seconds. Ling Ke explained patiently. Of course, it was a merely shallow image. A feeling left behind by the artist. It's also a failed approach of adding profound aspects into an object. Yu Long thought casually. Before discovering Master Stone or Archive Rock, he tried many things to record profound aspects of non-living objects. It was months of failure. However, the Shadow Realm used this method to create paintings and calligraphy, generating more income for the organization. Although the image left behind only appears briefly, it's good enough to make it unique. These things are also sold like hotcakes, as many sects and schools want to use them to record important things. Unfortunately for those fools, the special ink Ling Ke said was a facade. There is no special ink. To make these paintings and calligraphy, one must flow profound aspects into an object. In this case, a nice-looking paper or beast's hide. So pretty. Uxin and Xiaoqing Yu stopped near a fox sculpture made of white wood. If you want to, I can refer you to the maker of this piece. Ling Ke appeared beside them. Then, we will appreciate it. Uxin giggled because she could decorate her garden with some animal sculptures. Meanwhile, Yu Zhan rubbed his stubbles and mumbled, melted ocean blue grains. It regulates the temperature, giving off a cool or warm sensation depending on the mixture ratio. You're very discerning, sir. Ling Ke praised honestly. Indeed, we used melted ocean blue grains to coat the interior. As for the mixture, we can adjust them to the most comfortable temperature with some secret method. Oh! Yu Zhan nodded in understanding. It's an array. The whole hotel is array formation, so they obviously could control the temperature. Yu Long pointed the obvious in his head but didn't say anything. They are moving to the east side of the hotel, where the view of Silver Lake is the greatest. There are 3 best suites booked early for Yu Long and his family. On the far corner, for Yu Long himself. Middle for his parents. And the nearest to the lobby is for his grandparents. No one complains about this room's assignments. They truly loved everything about the hotel. After that, Ling Ke left because some guests made a ruckus outside. In the corridor, outside their suites, Yu Long's family gathered and discussed their route to enjoy Silver Lake City. It's still too early to take a nap, Su Sanchen said while looking far out the window. We must walk around the city. First, the main street, then the city center. And lastly, that restaurant. He pointed his finger at the tall-looking building. I know you'd say that. Su Nanan shook her head helplessly. We have been hiding so long from the 4 great sacred grounds radar. I'm just trying to enjoy more life. Su Sanchen righteously continued. The older woman chuckled, I'm not disputing your words, honey. Don't you forget? We have suffered together. Nanan. Su Sanshan's expression melted. Then, we will follow you too. Yi Xin said with a smile. This is a nice time for us to spend more time outside like a family. Husband, don't even think about it. Yu Zhan lifted his arm in defeat. I haven't said a thing. Yu Xin moved her gaze to Yu Long and asked, do you want to follow us? No, let's just meet at the restaurant later. Yu Long waved his hand casually. I suddenly gained inspiration. Well, see you later. Su Sanshan patted his grandson's shoulder and left with the other three. Yu Long waved his hand. Don't wander around too much, or you'll get lost, Grandpa. I'm not that senile, you brat. Su Sanshan roared joyfully. As they disappeared on the corridor's corner, Yu Long yawned and spoke casually, King Yu, stop practicing for today. Xia Qingyu was actually lost for words. If she couldn't train, then what should she do? She truly becomes a cultivating maniac. Yu Long bitterly sighed and rubbed Xia Qingyu's head gently. Follow me. We are going to visit a master's blacksmith shop. Master's blacksmith shop. Xia Qingyu's eyes lit up. In the past, she has seen Yu Long make weights for her younger brother. Is he going to make something fascinating? Hong Guan and Lily also thought the same, knowing their young master's attitude. I'll make accessories. Yu Long answered their curiosity. Then, why are we staying here? Let's go. The three ladies dragged him to the city. Yu Long didn't say he would make accessories for them. Oh well, he would make extra accessories. They wandered around Silver Lake City for a bit and even bought some street foods before going to the west part of the city. This part is warmer due to the artificial volcano created by an array formation nearby. A two-story building greeted them. And there is a bold metal plate on its front wall. Dwarf spirits. Xia Qingyu read the characters on the metal plate in confusion. What a unique sounding name. Hong Guan face-palmed. Lily's eyes also bulged because of irritation. They knew who named this place, after all. The corner of Yu Long's mouth twitched as he mumbled, that old man is living too well. What the hell is this place? Someone suddenly roared from the inside of the building. A young man in a blue martial robe angrily kicked the door and walked out, fuming as if someone threw crap to his face. Fuck your sword. Fuck all the weapon you made, old man. You should be proud this young master even wanted to buy it. This young master cur. Bam! Before the young man could finish his words, a fist made contact with his punchable face and launched him several meters away. The young man landed on the fountain and fainted. A short yet muscular middle-aged man in shabby clothes stepped and roared, if you want to buy my works, give me some respect first, motherfucker. The middle-aged man looks like he is in his late 40s. He has short black hair with some strands of it becoming white. The most eye-catching part about this fellow is height, which is not even 150 centimeters. He's shorter than Xia Qingyu. He also has a pair of ivory-colored eyes and a majestic-looking beard. His name is Guwei or just Guwei. He does not have a surname, so he separated his name into two for business purposes. Guwei looks younger than he should be, but he's actually 69 years old and the oldest shadow phantom in the shadow realm. Tisk, fucking noble and their arrogance. Guwei cursed between his breaths. Yu Long chuckled and greeted, Yo, old man. You should have retired at this age. Guwei froze on the spot as he turned around slightly and saw Yu Long standing with three others. LL Lord. Young Master Yu Long. He fixed his greeting and kneeled immediately. Yu Long was amused and returned, haha, don't be so formal. We haven't seen each other for 2 years now. Business has been good so far, eh? Yes. The short middle-aged man responded softly. Young master, please enter my humble shop first. This place isn't suitable for talking. He glanced at the fainted young man not far away and added, there is trash nearby. Sure. Yulong nodded while entering the blacksmith shop. Chapter 48, Making Accessories. Chapter 47 Gyue invited them into the shop and said, "Welcome to the dwarf's beard." Entering the dwarf's beard, Xia Qingye blinked a few times due to amazement. What greeted them was a cozy and well-lit room with red brick walls. Several weapons are displayed on the wall and covered by expensive-looking glass covers. Some heavy and light armor is also nicely displayed with wood stands. Each of them amazingly made profound artifacts. The lowest is nascent grade and the highest is earth grade. Xia Qingye could feel the harsh heat coming from the back room, which was very hot. And peeking at Gyue's coal-coated garments, she guessed the short middle-aged man was making something before kicking that fellow out there. What does dwarf's beard mean? She couldn't help but ask. Gyue smiled and answered, "It's a depiction of myself. I'm short and have a beard." Oh. Xia Qingye felt rude now. The short middle-aged man laughed and added, "Ha ha ha, you don't offend me, young lady. My height might be short, but my other thing is bigger than your average person." Hongguan. Lily. Yulong. This old fellow hasn't changed at all. Still unhinged as always. Other things? Bigger than your average person. Xia Qingye tilted her head in confusion because she didn't understand the meaning behind Gyue's words. Gyue felt the gazes behind his back and coughed, "Welp, you'd know about it in the future. Anyway, I assumed you're visiting me to mean something. Besides your dirty joke, I'm here to borrow your workshop." Yulong replied casually. "Also, let me introduce you to my adorable sister, Xia Qingye." "Why your adorable sister?" Gyue thought and felt a cold in his spine. A bitter smile appeared on his somewhat wrinkled face as he responded awkwardly, "You should have told me sooner." "Nice to meet you, young lady Xia. My name is Gyue, and you can call me Old Wei." "Nice to meet you." Xia Qingye blushed when Yulong called her adorable and responded with a nod. Gyue patted his chest and said, "Follow me to the back. Everything you need is there." He locked the front door in array formation and brought them to the back room, which was surprisingly more spacious than Xia Qingye expected. The whole room is actually surrounded by crystal lamps. The walls, ceiling, and floor are skillfully made with black-colored rocks that Xia Qingye couldn't recognize. Some metal crates were neatly placed on the side, a massive anvil in the center, and some burner or fireplace near it. "Do you still have that thing?" Yulong asked while eyeing the metal crates. Gyue smiled and joked, "I do, but it would cost a pint of beer." "Lily." Yulong rolled his sleeves. Lily pouted and grabbed a jug of wine from her spatial ring, throwing it to Gyue. "Haha, thanks for the business." Gyue excitedly opened the jug and sniffed the wine. "Open the 3rd, 11th, and 7th crates in a row. The thing you want will appear on the anvil." Yulong nodded and used psychic force to open the crates, causing a small wooden box to land on the anvil. It was the size of an adult's head, maybe slightly smaller. "What is that?" Xia Qingye scrunched her nose in wonder. "One of the greatest alloys I ever made," Gyue answered casually. "The nugget of star, Meru." Meru is highly conductive to profound energy, making the most suitable materials to craft an artifact. Its weight is changeable depending on the maker's preference. As for durability, many tries but haven't chipped it off. Above all else, Meru can swallow other metals and evolve. Even if you have the money, you naturally couldn't buy this alloy. Your only option is to make it, but that's where the problem lies. To make Meru, you need over 365 minerals. Each mineral is meticulously refined into essence before merging and condensing them into a small sphere. Only 2 people in this world can make it. Me. And him. A proud expression plastered Gyue's intoxicated face as he watched Yulong open the small wooden box, revealing a fist-sized silver orb. "Big brother Yulong." Xia Qingye's eyes lit up in realization. No wonder he wanted to visit this blacksmith shop in particular. But then why did he need such a thing? He could make one. No. I'm just lazy. Yulong answered straightforwardly. I don't have time nor patience to refine this thing for a year. Hee, you heard him. Gyue chuckled, sipping his wine. Unlike me, he has more responsibility and things to do. Xia Qingyu was about to open her mouth but only nodded and stared at the silver orb in Yulong's hand. She watched Yulong summon the mutated phoenix flame, which burned with silver and golden glow. The meru slowly melted under the extreme control of heat Yulong employed and divided into several pieces. As Yulong started carving the pieces into accessories, Xia Qingyu asked Gyue, "Old Wei, how did you meet Big Brother?" How do I start?" The drunk dwarf responded slowly. "Around 4 years ago, I was only a beggar in the small town near the Black Fiend Empire. Every day, I'd try to steal some food on the market, but eventually offended someone I shouldn't. I know what I'm doing is wrong, so I took the beating and was quickly thrown into a river. Those people probably expected me to die. However, I miraculously survived and awakened on a wet patch of grass. Not far away is a boy standing menacingly with his golden eyes staring at the depth of my soul. He was my savior. He provided me with everything, even giving me a second chance that others couldn't. A boy, who's over 50 younger than me, granted me another life. I never felt so grateful in my life." Gyue has snots on his face. He cried. Lily sighed, "You should stop drinking, Old Wei. Your alcohol tolerance is so weak." Hee, never. Gyue chugged the wine even more. "Leave her be, Lily." Hongguan helplessly shook her head as 5 to 4 years ago was a good old day. In the early days of Shadow Realm, there were so many trials and errors. Nonetheless, it was a great moment. Ding! Ding! The sound of a hammer caught their attention. They moved their gazes back to Yulong and saw him hammering meru into the shape of a ring. The ring looks very exquisite, as if spirals got interconnected with each other. As the ring was successfully created, he started making earrings, pendants, bracelets, and even anklets. He embedded small master stones on each piece, gaining a surprising look from Xia Qingyu, Lily, and Hongguan. They could feel profound aspects slowly merging with the accessories, granting them incredible property. "I see. So, that's why you want meru." Gyue understood Yulong's intention. "Profound artifacts that can grow stronger. I had the same idea once, but the lack of master stones makes me helpless." Yulong smirked, "Correct, but this is just an experiment. I want to see if meru could affect master stone, as the latter is still considered a mineral. Will meru absorb master stone's property and evolve to accommodate more profound aspects? Or just increase the master stone's quality and durability?" Gyue rubbed his beard and commented, "The effect won't appear so quickly." "Yes, that's why it's an experiment. A prototype, you could say," he replied while storing some accessories in jade boxes. "Qingyu, Hongguan, Lily, come here. These accessories are yours." The ladies immediately ran toward Yulong and stood in line, waiting for their jewelry. "Take the one you want." Yulong smiled at them. The 3 ladies glanced at each other and nodded. "I want this," Hongguan said while trailing her finger over an earring. It was beautifully shaped like snowflakes with inlaid greenish-red master stone that absorbed greater blaze aspect. "This one looks nice," Lily said, staring at the anklet. The accessory is a silver chain tied onto a yellowish-red stone that absorbs sun morph aspect. And lastly, Xia Qingyu was entranced by a beautiful pendant before her eyes. Its chain is entirely silver with a touch of sparkle and tied onto the blue master stone, which holds intricate storm aspect. "Young master / big brother." They glared at him. "Can you help me wear this?" 3x. "Okay, I'll help you." Yulong answered with a small smile. Gyue grinned foolishly at Yulong and said, "Ah, How nice to be young. After that, Yu Long and 3 happy ladies said farewell. I'll see around Old Wei. He waved his hand at Gu Wei. We will stay in Silver Lake City for a week. Ha ha ha, anytime. Anytime for you. Gu Wei waved back as he stared at the youth's broad back. He felt content and whispered, I hope you enjoy your holiday, Lord Shadow. Chapter 49, Brainless Encounter. Chapter 48 Yu Long walked on the main street of Silver Lake City. He stretched his finger and saw a silver ring on his finger. It was a spatial ring he made in dwarf's beard. With the highest quality master stone, he also added minor teleportation aspect and ratio aspect onto this silver ring. Minor teleportation aspect is a profound aspect Yu Long touched on after studying Yun's control over the fabric of space. The Phoenix is currently at the peak of the mortal realm, possessing the power to control spatial element. Although Yu Long hasn't entered that realm yet, his study has proven successful. As minor teleportation aspect allowed him to teleport anywhere within a 10-mile radius instantly. The range depends on the level of spatial restriction of the realm. Blue Pole Star is a lower star realm, so its level of restriction is weak. The fabric of space is flimsy here. If it is a higher realm, minor teleportation aspect wouldn't be as effective as it is. Well, Yu Long didn't add this profound aspect to travel anyway. He could travel faster with pure speed alone. So, minor teleportation aspect is more of a dodging method in case something unexpected happens. Meanwhile, ratio aspect is a unique, profound aspect. Bluntly put, ratio aspect allowed Yu Long to hit a critical hit every time he attacked the enemy if he used game term knowledge. The damage increase is around 5 to 10 times that base attack. So, a simple poke could puncture a hole in your body easily. On the other hand, the ladies are happy with their gift. Hee hee. Xia Qingyu patted her collarbone from time to time, smiling foolishly. Lily also grinned while thinking about something. Every step she makes her remember that anklet she wore. And there is Hong Guan. She didn't have any smile, but she was currently rolling around and jumping in excitement in her heart. If Yu Long knew such a simple gift could cause this degree of happiness, he'd have given them more presents in the past. Binding the temporal critical ring to himself, Yu Long suddenly realized something because the sun hung above his head. It was noon already. We plan to meet them at the restaurant, no? He asked the ladies. Xia Qingyu nodded, they are probably waiting for us now. The 4 of them increased their pace and arrived at a grand-looking tower. The building is over 300 meters tall, with several crystal lamps that look like lanterns, adding to the aesthetic. Above the main entrance, a heavenly gourmet tower, golden words written on a piece of redwood plaque. The servants have already waited at the front entrance, expecting them to come. I bet Ling Ke has something to do with this. Yu Long said while staring at the female servant who approached them. The female servant smiled and responded calmly, Manager has put everything on the tab, young master. May I escort you and the ladies to the VVIP room where your family resides? The way she acted attracted the attention of the people on the street. Wow! Someone was amazed. I didn't know Heavenly Gourmet Tower has a VVIP room. The ordinary room on the first floor costs 10 purple coins already, and that's over 3 times the annual income of a normal family. Another bystander said with a sigh. Tisk, tisk. The second to the 5th floor can be reserved if you have enough money. And you must spend hundreds if not thousands of purple profound coins every visit. A noble-looking man licked his lips. 7th to the 9th floor, or the noble called the VIP sections, is only reserved if you were someone with a strong background. I assume VVIP is on the 10th floor. Just what makes the VIP and VVIP rooms so special? The bystander asked the noble-looking man. The noble-looking man laughed, haha, there is a reason why people visit Silver Lake City for its attraction. Heavenly Gourmet Tower is one of them. On the Heavenly Gourmet Tower, the food you get is based on the floor. For ordinary people, the first floor is good enough already as you get tasty meals. There is also a large selection of dishes anyway. Still, as you step to higher and higher floors, not only does the taste improve, but the food quality becomes more nutritious and contains profound strength as it was actually made with profound beast's meat that only profound practitioners consume. I heard a rumor that a peak Earth Profound Realm expert broke through to the Sky Profound Realm when eating on the 6th floor. The bystanders' eyes widened in shock. There is such a miraculous food in this world. The noble-looking man sighed, sadly, I didn't have enough money to reserve the 5th floor. Besides foods, the wines from the Heavenly Gourmet Tower are widely acknowledged as the best in the 7 nations. As for the VIP and VVIP room, I could only imagine what those higher floors can serve. The first-time visitor glanced at the tower and asked, if this place is that great, there must be a strong person to protect it, no? There is no way such a place with miraculous food left alone in this cruel era. Pfft! The noble-looking man was close to laughing but held himself. Are you the first visitor? Yes. He shook his head gently and explained, then you didn't know about the Silver Lake City's lord. She is an Emperor Profound Realm expert who could even fight Tyrant Profound Realm expert, so why would someone dare to rob this place? Unless they are courting death. Also, there is a rumor that several masters are hiding in this city. Damn! There is actually such a strong person in this city. No wonder this place prospers. The female servant stared at them and said calmly, esteemed guests. If you don't plan to visit the Heavenly Gourmet Tower, I advise you not to make a commotion outside. After the warning, everyone continued to walk away. Still, these people glanced at Yulong and his companions from time to time, wondering just who they were to be able to enter the VVIP room. Bold guesses flashed in their minds. However, they would have never thought Yulong was the owner of this entire establishment. Xia Qingyu was slightly amused by these people's reactions. She giggled and hugged Yulong's left arm, let's go big brother. Yulong smiled and said, escort us. It's my pleasure. The female servant responded with a happy smile as she escorted them into the Heavenly Gourmet Tower. Several guests are staring at them, but Yulong ignores them. As they went to a higher floor, some noble guests were inwardly shocked to see people advancing beyond the 5th floor. They swore not to mess with Yulong and his companions because no ordinary people could enter the 6th floor. Alas, some brainless people aren't happy with the extravagant treatment Yulong gets. He's just a brat. Yes, what makes him so special? Kakik, I bet he used his daddy's connection to get up there. Some servants separated from Yulong's group and kicked these people out of the Heavenly Gourmet Tower instantly. Soon, piles of people are appearing on the tower's front door. Not surprisingly, they are young nobles who only know how to use connections. They want to be mad, but some words from the servants are enough to strike them with fear. You're no longer welcome to the Heavenly Gourmet Tower. Please leave, or else we will use force. They were dumbfounded. They don't know how to explain this to their family now. Heavenly Gourmet Tower, highest floor. Inside a room dedicated to a massive dining table, 4 people are sitting and enjoying their appetizers. Longer, King Yu. Uxin waved her hand at her son and his little fiancé. Come, come. Yulong and Xia Qingyu sat down, receiving a warm welcome from the 4 adults. How have you been? Yulong asked while drinking a refreshing glass of water. Hee, great. Su Sanshan laughed joyfully. We explored Silver Lake City and enjoyed our time. Yu Zhan nodded and added, it's weird that every time we want to pay something, the servant said it was on the tab already. It has something to do with you, right? He narrowed his eyes at Yulong. Yulong shrugged, Shadow Realm owns some business here. Ah. No wonder. The 4 adults nodded in understanding. Su Nanan noticed Yulong's maids were still standing and said, you two, sit down. We are going to have lunch together. I don't think that was appropriate. Hongguan responded humbly. We are fine standing, Lily added casually. Uxin crossed her arms and said, Hongguan, Lily. Sit down. You're no different than our family. On top of that, you two are very close with Yulong, so you deserve better treatment than this. Just sit down. Yulong helplessly ordered them. Then. Pardon us. Hongguan and Lily picked seats and sat down. As the heavenly gourmet tower placed dishes on their table, everyone enjoyed their lunch. All of them are profound practitioners, which means the foods not only satisfy their palate but nourish their cultivation base as well. After the sumptuous lunch, they were about to return to the Silver Moon Hotel when an explosion randomly occurred outside. What was that? Yulong asked the female servant from the heavenly gourmet tower. The servant sighed and answered, a group of young nobles are causing a ruckus outside. You didn't kick them like those rats earlier. Yulong spread his senses slightly. Never mind, they actually brought 4 Sky Profound Realm experts as their bodyguards. I'm sorry for our lack of preparation. The servant bowed in shame. Only 4 Sky Profound Realm experts. Su Sanshan snorted while balling his fist. Let me beat their arrogant noble asses. No, you don't have to, sir. Ling Ke appeared out of nowhere. She is still in her hotel attendant attire. I'll deal with them myself. Just continue on your journey. The group stared at Ling Ke walking away. Should we watch? Xia Qingye was the one to propose this idea. This is going to be interesting. Uxin agreed with Xia Qingye. Hehe, let's see what they got. Su Nanan continued. Women sure love their drama. The males in the group thought simultaneously. Even then, they still go and see the drama. Chapter 50, another heroine has appeared. Chapter 49 The commotion happened outside the Heavenly Gourmet Tower. A group of young nobles argued with the Heavenly Gourmet Tower's servant, demanding to enter the 9th floor or VIP room. Usually, this wouldn't be a problem like this, but they also demanded everything they ordered to be free of charge. No matter how one sees it, they don't know much about this place and act as they fit. They are coming here with that attitude, but considering they have Sky Profound Realm experts as their bodyguards, everyone in the streets could guess they were from a strong background. A woman walked out of the Heavenly Gourmet Tower. She's a beauty with a flawless face, a short nose, and deep brown eyes. Her black hair flowed down to her shoulders. She wore a black robe with golden lining, the female attendant outfit of the Silver Moon Hotel, but it still highlighted her well-endowed body. Manager. The servants lowered their heads in difficult positions. Ling Ke smiled and replied, get up and stay inside. Let me deal with them myself. Humph. A young man snorted at Ling Ke. His companions also stared at her with disdain. You are but a mere servant. What qualifications do you have to deal with this young master, Gui Hongwei? Ling Ke maintained a calm expression and responded, Gui Hongwei. So, you're the son of Sunflower Dew Nation's monarch. No wonder you are acting so overbearing in Silver Lake City. To create a commotion here. You're brave for a cub who just left its nest. I don't need your praise. Gui Hongwei returned indifferently. Tell your manager. I want the whole 9th floor empty for me and my friends. Ling Ke sighed, it seems you misunderstood my words. I don't praise you. I was ridiculing you for being a small kid who knows nothing about the world. Gui Hongwei and his friends are surprised. And the young master obviously can't accept such ridicule. Heresy. Old Jing, I want that woman to kneel on the floor. Gui Hongwei ordered one of his bodyguards. A middle-aged man in a purple robe nodded and rushed toward Ling Ke, leaving no afterimage. Everyone expected the beautiful attendant to kneel on the ground, but what came next shocked them. Bam! Crack! A blood-curdling scream escaped the purple-robed elder as he kneeled on the ground with bloody holes all over his body. Ling Ke pressed her slender hand on the purple-robed elder's shoulder and forced him to kneel on the ground even further, causing the bones on his knees to shatter. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? They blinked once, and this surprising sight happened. Some people who have visited Silver Lake City a few times stared at Ling Ke and realized her face looked similar to the city lord. Phug! Someone cursed under his breath. He trembled in excitement and disbelief. She is City Lord Ling. What, City Lord Ling? Are you telling the truth? Another bystander questioned. I would never lie about her. I once saw her in the Silver Lake City's hall to open a new building. People are whispering to each other. They would have never thought the beautiful female attendant was the Silver Lake City's lord. After all, they expected the city lord to be a grumpy elderly. Ling Ke is simply too young. She looks no older than 29 years old. Gui Hongwei's expression becomes solemn. He frowned slightly. I give you 3 seconds. Release my guy, or the other bodyguards will attack you. Ling Ke chuckled and commented, I thought you were just a dumb young master outside the empire. No, you're actually an idiot with an extreme level of ignorance. Your IQ is so low that I wondered how you could survive this world. Ah, wait, you have Daddy Emperor on your side. She added with her sharp tongue. Show no mercy. Gui Hongwei ordered. He also showed a deep killing intent toward Ling Ke. 3 bodyguards shot up from their positions. They drew their weapons and were ready to attack Ling Ke with all they could. Ling Ke stared at Gui Hongwei emotionlessly and raised her finger casually. Boom! An invisible pressure released from Ling Ke's body as crows appeared around her. The crows flew everywhere and formed an image of a ghost-masked reaper. Not far away, Su Sanshan raised his brow because this ghost-masked reaper's image looks very similar to his grandson's state months ago. Ling Ke's deep brown eyes turned crimson, overflowing everyone within a 1-mile radius with killing intent. The weak passerby kneeled on the ground, clutching for their necks and chests. They just experienced virtual death from the killing intent Ling Ke released. Reaper's Scythe. Ling Ke pinched her fingernail and swiped it against the air. Everyone could feel the sharpness of the air expand. The 3 bodyguards' eyes widened as their limbs were cleanly amputated by the sharp air. Arg! My arm! My legs! Blood sprayed the ground and dropped the temperature rapidly. Tap! Tap! The sounds of Ling Ke's heels touching the ground make everyone nervous. She stood before Gui Hongwei and said coldly, Listen here, you spoiled brat. Go back to your empire and wait for me. I'll fucking destroy everything you had there. Your nation, your castle, your useless little family. Everything. She concentrated her killing intent on Gui Hongwei and his friends, making them lose their bladder control. This is not a promise. This is not a threat. This is what you sow and how it's gonna be. Why you can't kill me? Gui Hongwei trembled like a wet dog. My father is the Sunflower Dew's emperor. As if I care. Ling Ke rolled her eyes. She huffed while creating needles with her profound energy and piercing their veins, crippling them for life. Arg! You crippled us! How dare you! Gui Hongwei and his friends crumbled on the ground, shrieking in pain as if they were injured pigs. Shut up! Ling Ke wiped her hand with a clean handkerchief and burned it off. She turned around and flashed an innocent-looking smile at the surrounding audience. Oh, my! Sorry for my vulgarity earlier. Some flies angered me a little, so I punished them. I'm just a little heavier-handed than usual. Everyone doubted her words. A little heavy-handed? Do you mean by making them disabled for life? Even then, they didn't dare to refute Ling Ke. The show of dominance is deeply ingrained in their minds now. They heard about Silver Lake City's lord fighting someone above her cultivation base in the past, but seeing her right now proved that her strength isn't something one should underestimate. She could demolish 4 Sky Profound Realm experts with a casual swipe of her finger. That alone spoke a lot about her strength. Ling Ke noticed the change of mood and added, also. From now on, anyone from the Sunflower Dew Nation will be banned from entering Silver Lake City. It includes any business we agreed upon a few months ago. I don't care if Silver Lake City's monthly income plummeted slightly. You touched my people, and we shall become mortal enemies. Well, have a nice day, everyone. Ling Ke walked away confidently, leaving everyone's mouth agape. They thought her sudden act toward the Sunflower Dew Nation was too rash. How could she challenge an entire nation just because of a city? They didn't know that Yu Long told Ling Ke to announce this matter. Yu Long leaned on the wall and thought, we always tried to find a reason to break into another nation's system. Fortunately, we met some brainless fellow here. What a good chance. Ling Ke returned to the Heavenly Gourmet Tower and bowed to Yu Long's family before bidding farewell. Good job. Yu Long's voice transmitted to Ling Ke's ears. The latter smiled and disappeared into the shadow. Uxin frowned when seeing blood on the ground and sighed, what a bad drama. At least those spoiled kids got what they deserved. Agreed. Su Nanan nodded as she expected some people to die. Xia Sanchen hummed in satisfaction, that was disappointing. Father-in-law, please think about the children. Yu Zhan helplessly said. Xia Qingye wanted to say something but closed her mouth again. Is it just her feeling or her big brother's family is somewhat wrong in their head? No, Xia Qingye. You're no different than them. Let's go back to the hotel. Yu Long said nonchalantly. Sure. As the servant cleaned the mess outside the Heavenly Gourmet Tower, Yu Long and his family returned to the Silver Moon Hotel. The story about Ling Ke has spread all over Silver Lake City. Soon, the whole Blue Wind Empire and the neighboring nations will know. Yu Long was about to enter the Silver Moon Hotel's lobby when a carriage with the Blue Wind royal family's crest arrived at the parking lot. His golden eyes blinked in curiosity as a young lady in a white dress walked out. She is so beautiful. Beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. She has two lovely, sparkling eyes without an ounce of arrogance. She also oozes a noble and graceful aura like calm water. Her lips are cherry-like, and her eyebrows are crescent-shaped. Her pitch-black hair flowed gently down her waist, making her look like a little yet noble fairy. Although she didn't reach Xia Qingye's level of beauty, this young lady isn't that inferior. Something about her aura is unique. The young lady said something, and another person walked out. It was a beautiful, mature woman who looked like an older version of the young lady. However, she styled her hair in a bun and wore a modest green dress. Unknown POV. Mother, we have arrived. I said to my mother. You don't have to do this, Sweruo. My mother said while grasping my hand. I accept my fate already. You don't have to stress yourself out like this. Even bringing me to this place. I shook my head stubbornly and responded, even if you're going to disappear. I wish to make a memory that lasts forever with you here. My mother smiled, my daughter is so adorable, so pure like snow. That's why I hope you use my surname and given name to stay pure after my death. My dear daughter, Lan Sweruo. I nodded, giving her an understanding look. My mother will pass away soon. She was ill with an unknown disease. Still, I hope this trip will give her one last enjoyment and a lasting memory.
Thanks for listening.